Oh, oh, oh.
What do you know?
All right. Are you on my YouTube channel?
Uh, Says stream starting soon, so you just gotta press a live button.
No, so that's me. I'm broadcasting that.
Okay.
So this is one of the features I wanted to have too, because like sometimes when you start a stream, um, it takes a little while for people to like show up.
Yeah.
So,
There's two people watching now. Is that just us?
I'm guessing so. I'm watching it from my
Computer.
creator studio.
Okay.
You're watching it.
Well, there's four people.
Sweet. Okay, cool. Well, they see that and they hear us. I'm assuming they hear us.
There's a thumbs up already too. So if you can hear this, oh hey, so it's I don't know how to say this dude's name. Tehillim 29.
Hey, tell Tehillim 29 and Bats, turn off your volume on your YouTube.
It's not even on.
Well, what am I hearing feedback from?
It's probably me, but this is what happens every time I go on with live.
Something's causing it though. Okay, because you're going to have an audio feed coming from the Hangouts.
Okay.
That's where you're going to hear me because you and I are in a Hangouts session together. And then you're going to have an audio feed from the YouTube itself if you're signed into YouTube. So it's going to be two separate audio streams. And
my audio on
you
my
don't want to
computer is
you don't want to
completely off.
mute YouTube, or you want to mute YouTube because that one's going to be on a delay.
Yeah, it's completely muted.
Well, what did you do to fix it last time?
I hung up and came back in on England team.
Yeah, but that took two fixes.
No. Is it still getting hey Tillum, are you still getting feedback over there? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if it's
No more feedback in the comment section.
all
Sounds
right.
good.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything either. And so, is it pronounced Psalm 29, or how do you pronounce your name?
To me, it says Tehillim.
Right, but he said remember it as Psalm 29. I'm guessing it translates to that, but this White Knight sucks. Yeah, it's a book about white knighting.
It's Hebrew for Psalm 29. Right on.
Awesome.
So
But how do we pronounce it? Tehillim? I'm guessing it's Tehillim.
yes, Tehillim 29 is Hebrew for Psalm
I'm
29.
probably getting the accents on the wrong syllables, butchering it, sounding like a total white guy.
I'll ask my Jewish friend at work tomorrow. So we're live, so we should probably introduce ourselves.
Well, sort of live. I'm still setting things up. I didn't expect people just to be jumping right in. Hey, everyone that isn't here and you can hear us. I guess, yeah, I'm Ash, and this is Sgt Bats.
Hey,
And-
Sgt Bats.
And we're setting up what we want to do is a weekly program show. And this is sort of like the planning rehearsal stages that you're witnessing right now as we try to get the stream going and work out the technical kinks so we don't look like a bunch of nubs.
As we look like nubs.
Right, but
Live
this is
right
this is an unofficial one, right? This is like this is like when you see like footage of a film that's in production, like a year before it comes out and it looks all crappy. Like, this is hopefully not the final product. I can't speak for Bats, though. It could be pretty bad. Well, Melissa, thank you. We're glad to have you here. We're glad to have a couple people witnessing us look like a bunch of idiots on YouTube right now. All right, so I got the Hangout screen going. Let's all right. Where did I put those show notes? All right, Bats. Why are you so silent? You know dead time is a killer of everything.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You're supposed to fill in when I'm looking at stuff. Come on.
My bad.
You have to have an instinct for this.
I should. Let's see. It says, Tehillim29 says, totally understand. I recently did my first couple of YouTube vids for the year. Cool, man. I'll have to definitely subscribe to your channel. You're subscribed to my channel, so it's only fair.
Yeah, and anyone, if you are watching this and you do have a YouTube channel, you want to plug it, by all means, do so. Let's see.
Melissa Harris says, I'm an Evil Dead fan, too.
Damn straight. Everyone's an Evil Dead fan. Right, Bats?
Yeah. I prefer Army of Darkness, but, you know, who am I to say?
Well, Army of Darkness is really just Evil Dead 3. I mean...
But this has always been my thing. So Evil Dead 2 is a reboot of Evil Dead 1, right?
It's a remake / sequel. It's one of those weird things that doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't need to because it's Evil Dead.
And then Evil Dead, the like 2012, 13, whatever, that's an entirely new remake of the first one, right?
Yes.
Where there's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that was that was some
friend
genius attempt to make like, hey, let's take Evil Dead and like actually make it a serious horror film.
And that didn't work out too well, huh?
Well, it didn't work out the first time. So that the whole reason you have the Evil Dead that you know, right, in Army of Darkness, is because the first Evil Dead. I'm going to do a little trivia here. So if anyone that doesn't know this, Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell were friends in film school, and they did a project at film school. Their student film was The Evil Dead. They decided when they got out of film school that they would just remake that film and like as a professional project because they could do it on the cheap. I think they spent like $7,000 or $8,000 or something. And they actually flipped a coin to see who would be the director and who would be the actor. That's just how things turned out. So they made this film, and they were like going to do a serious horror film. And what happened was it was so bad that it was good, but good for the wrong reasons. It was good because it was like funny and like just so campy and over the top that people just took it as a joke. So they were like, oh, well, that didn't work. Let's do this again. But let's focus on the things that the people liked. So when they made Evil Dead 2, they decided, hey, we'll purposely make it funny. And that's why Evil Dead 2 is kind of a reboot, because they changed up their whole direction. And then Army of Darkness was originally called Evil Dead 3, Medieval Dead. And then they just called it Army of Darkness because I think maybe they wanted to, for like normies to disassociate this, because like to put it in theaters, you call it Evil Dead 3 and then everyone's like, oh, let me check out Evil Dead 1 and 2. And then they go, I don't want to see this shit. So they put Army of Darkness so that people didn't know there was films before it. Only the fans would. And sadly, there's no Evil Dead 4. And if you are if you are an Army of Darkness fan, you'll know that the original cut, the non-American cut of the film, has a sort of cliffhanger ending that's fitting of the show, like Evil Dead 2 did, where it's like, if you watch Evil Dead 2, he gets sucked into the tornado or the portal at the end, and he like wakes up and he's surrounded by knights, and then the film cuts. So it leads directly into Army of Darkness. Well, Army of Darkness ends with him taking this. The whole way he's supposed to get back in time is he has to take this sleeping potion. And he's drinking it. And of course, typical Ash. He's, I know, I got it. They're giving him the instructions, right? So he's supposed to take like 6 drops, no more, no less, to get back in time. So he's like drinking it, and he's like 1, 2, 3, and then he like pauses, and he's like thinking about, I could have been a king, I could stay here, da 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 da. Then he's like 3, 4, 5. So he drinks like 1 too many, right? And so he goes to sleep, and then he wakes up, and it's like apocalypse. So it's really funny. So you're like, oh great, so now we get to see like basically Mad Max meets Evil, like a new version of Evil Dead. And I was like, oh, this would be so badass to see, but they never did it. And they cut it up in the American version and just had him be at S-Mart, which was kind of funny, but that's trivia for you. Things you didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know. Now I know. Knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe.
You ever read those damn G.I. Joe books?
Dude, don't pressure me. I've been trying to figure out this software. Now you gave me a book to read. I'm trying to do my own reviews. Yeah, you did.
Oh, it's one comic.
Dude, it's a Bendis comic.
It's fantastic.
Oh, it is. I am so betting that you're wrong on this.
Okay.
I'm so betting. Although I watched, do you know who StarCraft is? Robert Willing.
Yes. Yeah, I watched his review as well.
I watched his review. His review didn't make sense to me though, because he reviewed it and he was like trashing it the whole time, and at the end he's like, "I recommend this." I was like, "What?" the whole time you're like pulling your hair out. You're like, I can't believe this, and then he was like, "I recommend it."
No, yeah, like I think that was just like his review was like, it's really like, the book is really entertaining, but if you were like for me as a 20-year veteran of reading DC Comics, like there's tons of questions that I can like be like, well, it could be either A, B, or C, and this question can be X, Y, and Z. Like there's all these multiple choices of what it can be for me, like I'm like, oh, there's like infinite things that can happen here, and all of them sound interesting to me. But if you don't have that like history of DC, you're gonna be like, what the hell is going on, right?
Well, well, wait a second. I think StarCraft has got a history of DC. He's been reading DC for a long time.
Well, he was. It says in the book, in the beginning of DC had 7 crises, and he could only name off like 4 or 5 at the top of his head. And he's like, if anyone knows any more, let me know in the comments. So I did. So
listen, just because you are ridiculously like over knowledgeable about DC, you're not the bar. Like you're an extreme. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, yeah.
If you can name 5 or 6 of the crises, I think that makes you a pretty good knowledgeable person. I can only name like 1 or 2.
No, yeah.
And I'm just gonna say Bendis knows less about DC than I do.
Yeah, I don't know. He went to that Superman museum and he realized Superman was created for him.
Oh my goodness. I do kind of want to read this book, but I get the feeling that this book is going to appeal, and I'm just making biased predictions here. I totally admit this. I get the feeling that this book is going to appeal to people who don't care that nothing matters. Like if you're just like, all these things not being explained and not making any sense, it doesn't matter to me, I'm cool with that. If you're that kind of person, it seems like you're going to enjoy the book. And if you're a person like
Well, I
me who like I want my continuity and I need things to make sense, and I don't want things like you're gonna be pulling your hair out like I do with Superman. And it's crazy because I've only been reading Superman less than a year, and I'm already pulling my hair out because that's how screwed up Bendis has made it.
and
So
like I had told you before, like for me not to be so mad about the whole Bendis thing is because there's, you'll go like runs and years before you're like, oh, this Superman is great. You're like, okay, Superman, he flies, the cape, laser beams, like, yeah, okay, yeah. They say they saved a cat, like it's like, there's like a lot of there's like 70% generic Superman stories to 30% great Superman stories. And so like that's why the whole Bendis thing doesn't really get under my skin. Like the fact that I got 2 years of great Superman from two different Superman books at the same time to me is like 4 years of good Superman. Like where it's arguably like the entire Superman run, all the Superman comics from New 52 is like action Superman. Superman Unbound by Scott Snyder was junk. Like there's so much, like all the Superman books through New 52 was just kind of crap, and that went on for 4 years as well. So it's like where like before that Superman was not doing hot either. So like, Superman fans were dragging their feet through the sand for a long time before the New 52. Then New 52 happened, and they're just like, all right, here's my jump off point, you know. And so then Rebirth happened, and it was like, oh, like my friend who owns the shop, the comic book shop, a lot of his old Superman fans who would come in and get Superman every week jumped back in at Rebirth. And so, it's like Superman fans are super loyal because they love the character. So it's like, Bendis is, our, majority, the majority of people who are reading Superman and reviewing them on YouTube don't like it because it's Bendis and he's controversial. He's from Marvel. He made Iceman gay. He created Reed Williams. There's all these like bad things connected to Bendis. But people I talk to in the comic book store who don't YouTube, don't watch YouTube comic book stuff, don't care about like Twitter drama or anything. They're like, yeah, I like it. It's good. Like there's some things that I don't like and the things that I do like. You know, there's I like this and I don't like that, but this is cool and this is stupid. It's almost like to normal comic book people who aren't YouTube people and Twitter people, it's just, yeah, there's some things I like and things I don't like. I'm gonna keep reading it until it really just frustrates me, and then I'll drop the book and find something else. And so like, it's just that's how it is. So like, there's a lot of things that I don't like about Bendis, but I want to talk about the things that I do like about Bendis in my videos. Like, there's some stuff where I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that. Like, the mayor cucking him twice, but like Clark also, he's like a grown man where like someone insults him and he just like brushes it off and just keeps doing his job.
Okay, let me interject here. You're not wrong at all by any means, and I hope that you will at least give me credit that in my reviews of Bendis, while I'm trashing him, that you would agree that I try to give credit where credit's due. I don't.
Yeah.
I try to point out this stuff that he does well. And I mean, I even gave recent books. I gave Superman 5 a positive review, and I gave Action Comics.
But then the next issue, you didn't remember it.
Well, it's tough because the story, nothing is happening. Look, you've got 6 issues of Man of Steel. You got 6 issues of Superman, and you got 6 issues of Action Comics. That's 18 issues, and nothing has happened. So, okay, something has happened. The Earth went into the Phantom Zone. No one seemed to notice. It came back out of the Phantom Zone. Now Superman's off doing God knows what, and it doesn't matter. Like in Action Comics, he doesn't even notice that like nothing. Anyways, I want to like Bendis. My reviews of Man of Steel 1 through 5 were all positive. They were me calling everyone out as all the naysayers like Bendis is going to destroy Superman, and it was me saying no, he's not. Check it out, blah blah blah. And I was reviewing those books were solid, and I readily admit the guy's got talent. He obviously got where he is for talent, but just like George Lucas, who's one of my most idolized film creators of all time, he's not infallible. And we watched those prequel movies, and it's like, oh, buddy. The reason why Star Wars was good is because he was held in check. He was held accountable. He had other people being like, no, George, this is shit. Make it better. Bendis, back in the day, had people saying, no, Bendis, this is shit. Make it better. Modern Bendis writes 10 books a month. Think about this. This is a book every 2 days that he's writing, and it's showing. And he's not edited. When he got his thing with DC, it was admitted that he was going to have full control. So there's no editors that can call him and say don't do this. And it's showing in the books. And here's the thing: he's riding on his talent. When I read his books, I go, "This is fun to read." The prose, it's not really prose, but you know what I'm saying, like the narration and the dialogue, it all comes off real smooth, and it's just easy to read. But when you get to the end of the book, you're like, this was just a bunch of fluff to have a reveal. Like, a bunch of stuff happened that didn't really matter, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's Lex Luthor, and you're like, oh, what's this all about? And then you go into the next issue, and there's nothing about Lex. You're like, wait, what happened to Lex Luthor? I thought there was a big deal about him. And then boom, Zod shows up, and you're like, oh, well, shit, that's gonna be like, he just baffles you with bullshit, and then throws in something, and it's easy reading, and it is fun, 100%. It's like not painful. Like, man, that Detective Comics run by James Robinson started off really good, and those last couple issues, I was struggling. Like, it was just boring.
I was too. I can't say that, like, so in Bendis is also, we use the term writing for the trade now.
Yep.
He's one of the innovators of that style,
which I'm 100% for. But look at this. Action Comics. So if he's writing for the trade, 1006 should have wrapped up the story, except it hasn't even begun. We're still in Act 1 of this story, 6 issues in, which technically, if you count Man of Steel, is 12 issues. 12 issues of this stupid fire story. And I listened to your review, and I agree with you that the whole Invisible Mafia thing is really cool. Like, I do like that. I love some of the aspects that Bendis implemented, like, these criminals like have certain words that they won't say because Superman keys in on them. So they like won't say these words, and they use code words, and then they have like the lead-lined box that they go into to talk. And I was like, some of this stuff is really cool. I really dig it. I really like how he's fleshed out or not fleshed it out, but he's like adding more life and detail to the Daily Planet. So it's not just like, like
he's bringing back what's that, like, Superman used to like have a big cast in the within Metropolis, especially like in like the 90s, and then that like they kind of like stuff after like the John Burns into the Death of Superman. There was a big cast with the Daily Planet and like the people in Metropolis that Superman's connected to, like the chief. In the not the fire department, the police department, and like Bibbo, the guy who owns like the bar and restaurant. He's also a fisherman, right? So Bendis is kind of bringing back that big cast, and when you do a story with like a big cast and you're like telling like 900 subplots, it's some issues are gonna be fluff, padding and stuff.
100% disagree. I grew up reading X-Men with Chris Claremont, who was the king of subplots. Okay, there's no one who's ever interjected more subplots into a storyline than Chris Claremont. But the guy could he could write a story in one issue and have some resolution. Bendis does not know how to apparently is not knowing how to resolve anything, and you can have subplots and still resolve a main plot or resolve other subplots or give us something. We've had 12 issues now of this Red Cloud girl. I can't remember her name. And then we've had another separate 12 issues of Rogol Zar, which is just going on and on. We don't even know like who Rogol Zar is. He's done no characterization on this guy for 12 issues. Like, writing comics is a discipline, and it's not the same discipline as writing a novel. It's not the same discipline as writing a movie. It'll share skill sets, in between. If you're a good writer, I think you can learn to write in any genre or in any format. You can learn because writing is writing. You're creating stories, and it's just a matter of like how to craft it for the specific medium that you're doing it for. But Bendis is just being late. My biggest frustration is that he can do the job, and then he's not. If he were like an amateur, if he were like a lesser named writer who was still developing his skills, I'd be more forgiving. But this is a guy who's made a big career. He's like one of the top names, one of the top writers ever as far as just notoriety. And he's writing 10 books. He needs to write 2 books, okay? 2 books. When Chris Claremont was at his peak, he wrote 2 books. Like, the good writers didn't write. Frank Miller only wrote 1 book once in a while because he couldn't handle writing, the way some of these other pro writers do. They just chop stuff out forever. Like, Frank Miller had to be like inspired. He would go on like I think his Daredevil run was 18, 20 issues, and then it's like moving on. Like, and that's where real, I think, good storytelling comes from. And these writers that can do these extended runs, bravo, like, it's amazing. And I hear comic book fans complain about, I give Tom King a little bit of a break because he's in the issue 60 something of his Batman run. It's like the runs dry from time to time. It's not easy to keep telling engaging stories. As it is like if you just do a mini series, that better be solid. And that's why I was so critical about Man of Steel, because I was like, look, this isn't just an ongoing Superman story. This is a 6-issue bookended series that you are following on the tails of a legend in John Byrne. This better be freaking good. And it was a Deus Ex Machina horseshit ending where Supergirl saves the day in a book called Man of Steel. And I
really brought that up in my review about that. That was my biggest gripe, because I liked it pretty much up until then.
And that's the thing, is like, he knows better. And so this is why I was really hard on George Lucas with the prequels, because if those movies had not been called Star Wars and they weren't done by George Lucas and they had just come out, I think a lot of us would have been like, it was pretty cool. But we know he could do better, and we know if he had put the effort into it, he would have done better. And so we're harder on it.
Let me get to some of these comments here.
Go for it.
Tehillim says, Gem World comes off. He's talking about a Young Justice here. He says, Gem World comes off as something from Steven Universe, to be honest. That I agree with. But I agree with it. But Young Justice has always been like goofy, silly Billy, like teenagers acting like jackasses comic book. It's always been that thing. That's why when I look at like the Young Justice cartoon, it is literally the opposite tone of what the comic is. So like I don't mind, everyone acting like jackasses. Melissa Harris here says, SJW Marvel plans to destroy its own history in 2019 with the comic retconning big events like Fantastic Four getting their powers, Spider-Man no more, and how Captain America was found. Any thoughts on that one?
Oh, sorry. I was sitting here while I was letting you answer the chats, and I was like doing something in the background.
This is for you because you're a big Marvel fan. So SJW Marvel plans on destroying its own history in
Oh yeah,
2019.
yeah. I wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, what's your comments on that?
I did a I posted on my I did a YouTube commentary on this a little while back. Actually, if anyone watches my channel
I
and you
didn't
want
see
to,
it.
it was one of my episodes. I'm pretty sure. Um, no, it was a commentary on Doug Ernst's video. So I did one of my commentary videos replying to his video where he talked about Marvel destroying themselves. And yeah, um, Melissa, I don't know if you watched my video or saw Doug's video. My whole thing was based on his, and so I guess go there first if you're wanting to hear more about what Melissa's commenting on. It's it is, oh my god, it's just like face palm. It's like the double Picard face palm. You're like, what are you doing, Marvel? You just, every time you screw up and then fans go, what, like, and you finally go backpedal, and we had last year was supposed to be what was the term that they called, not restart, it was fresh start, right? The whole CB Cebulski was like, oh, okay, we hear fans, we hear you guys want the old classic characters, we're gonna do the fresh start, right? Which really, it turned out to be a bunch of bullshit and was nothing more than an excuse to reboot every single title in the Marvel universe so we could have number ones for everything. And fans were like happy for a few months, like, oh look, we got Thor, old school Thor back, and oh look, Captain America's not a Nazi anymore, and oh look, the Fantastic Four are coming back, and it was like all this bullshit, like making fans like, we're gonna give you what you want, but they actually didn't give anyone really what they wanted. They just gave us a bunch of nonsense and excuses to reboot number ones. And so here we go. 6 months into fresh start, we're gonna destroy the Marvel universe. Like, what are you doing?
That's because Donny Cates is he sells well, he's popular, and Cosmic Ghost Rider also sells well and he's popular. So they're using that character to boost him, and because he's time traveling, so they're gonna integrate that into their continuity. Like, so when they talk about the Fantastic Four origin, they could also talk about freaking Cosmic Ghost Rider, which I think is kind of an insult to injury. It's like I have a lot of, not a lot, I mean, I have reviews about Cosmic Ghost Rider, and I talked up that book and talked to how I loved it. It's so fun and goofy, because I like fun and goofy a lot of times when it's done right. And like, take, commit to the bit, as Zach would say, commit to the bit, and have fun. Like, that's what I like about comics, is like, I like to have fun sometimes. And I'm not always trying to read like the next Watchmen.
Well,
Sometimes I just want
that's
something just
that's
bonkers.
that's fine and all. One of my favorite comic books of all time that I dearly miss, actually, is Gru the Wanderer. Do you know Gru the Wanderer?
I've seen the title. I've never read it though.
Oh, dude. Do you like Conan?
Uh, I'm just since I've been a DC, fanboy for 20
Dude,
years.
don't tell me
I'm
you don't like Conan, but you're a Red Sonja fan. Please
no,
don't. All
listen.
right.
I'm at that point in my comic book reading, air quotes, career, where I'm now becoming much more interested in the sword and sorcery style.
Oh, so like Red Sonja is kind of like your gateway. You're like, oh, this is cool. Like
Yeah,
now I'm gonna like more.
yeah, like, this is cool to me. I liked it, and it's because the type of comics we're getting now, with like, like, we're we're so worried about offending everyone, like, oh, this dead woman's too sexy, outrage. I'm just like, no, no, I want, like, like, the boobs are too small. And so, like, Red Sonja is like, because to me, you flip through it and it's like big boobs, and like, there's like, she's fighting, like, I'm just like, yes,
Oh my
like, this
goodness.
is this is the reverse version of what people are screeching about, like, but because it's not mainstream, like, no one even cares.
Right.
And so,
Okay.
like,
So
so I flip through, like, I've been flipping through like Barry Windsor Smith's uh, Conan, and Roy Thomas Red Sonja from like the 70s, and I'm kind of like slowly like getting into the sword and sorcery thing.
Uh,
I'm not fully there because I can't. I've never been into fantasy. I like trolls and
I see.
goblins and wizards and dragons and all that silly. Like to me, that stuff's stupid. like so, like
Okay.
that's why like Red Sonja for me, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a hot girl and she's hot and she has a sword. I
That part's
can't.
not stupid. A girl running around in a chainmail bikini wielding a sword that she could probably barely lift. That part's not stupid. It's the fantasy.
But the stories are so good. Like
Right,
the
right.
last like the stories are so good
Did,
that like me thinking, oh this like
did you like the
even
Lord of
my
the Rings movies?
I liked the first one when it first came out. I saw the second one and I thought it was stupid, and then I was like 16 and I thought the second one was stupid, and so I didn't see Return of the King. I didn't see any of the Hobbits.
Oh, okay. Well, the Hobbits are like the prequels to Star Wars. They're okay, but not. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so was just curious. So I don't actually read any Conan comics or Red Sonja. I do like sword and sorcery. I just don't really like fantasy in the comic genre. I'd rather read like novels or watch movies. Just for me, it doesn't work on a comic book page. But the reason I was asking you for this anyway, we got this big spin off, is because Gru the Wanderer is essentially a Conan character, but he's stupid, like Hulk level stupid. And everywhere he goes, he just stirs up trouble. It's cartoony. It's drawn by Sergio Aragonés, who's
Hmm.
comical. You've probably seen covers of it.
I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Oh, well, we're friends with a guy you've never read his book. Good for you.
It was just like, it's like you have 20 mutual friends. And I'm like, oh, he makes comics?
Yeah,
Add as friend.
he makes great comics. Um, so it's just hilarious. If you like funny, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and they were able to Gru the Wanderer week after or month after month. Every issue was just this Gru going on these adventures, and he was unstoppable. Like he's like the most badass warrior in the world, but he's totally stupid and he causes all this trouble. So everyone in the world hates him. So they're trying to kill him, but they can't because he can like slay armies by himself, and he's ends up because the people want to try to kill him and they just don't leave him alone. They end up causing their own demise, and it's funny. It's really well done, and if you like that. So, anyways, my point is, I like these type of things, right? So, I like silly, but if Gru the Wanderer showed up in a Spider-Man book, I would be like, what the actual F? Like, and so my problem with all this long-winded bullshit is to say is I don't, at least I'm predicting my problem being with Young Justice is, well, that's great to say this is a funny, enjoyable, silly book to have fun with, but when you throw it into the DC continuity, now I'm asking more. Like, now it has to fit within there, right? You have to make sense of it, and it sounds like, from what I've heard so far, and I'm going to read it for myself, and I will promise to be as open-minded about it, and not just be prejudiced. But it sounds to me like it's the Marvel way, that nothing matters. Just throw stuff in there, and it doesn't have to make sense. Fans don't really care about continuity anymore. Just whatever, just happens. And
Well,
if
there's a rumor, there's a rumor that Bendis is going to be doing the big uh, summer event or whatever. And so he this might be mildly leading into it because there's a lot of people kind of asking like, "Hey, is there two Tim Drakes in the universe? Because in Young Justice he's called Robin, but then in Detective, before the Brian Hill run,
mm-hmm,
he was Red Robin, and
right,
he was much more serious.
right,
Like when when he was Red Robin in the pre-New 52 written by David Yost, he wasn't it was like, you know, everything that every possible bad thing had like happened to him in the last like 5 years of real time. It was like his dad died,
Mm-hmm.
his best friend died, Bruce Wayne adopted him, and then he died, and like you know, like so then he just like became really bitter, and then you know, because Dan DiDio like freaking hates legacy characters, they were just like, yeah, push him off to the side. We're introducing Damian, and you know, Grant Morrison can do whatever he wants, and so they never knew what to do with him, and so like in Detective, he kind of became they were playing off that, you know, the more serious like you know, I'm life sucks Tim Drake opposed to the Chuck Dixon fun happy-go-lucky detective Tim Drake, where Bendis is writing the Tim Drake I remember when
Right.
I was reading when I first started collecting comics. So I was happy to see that. I was like, hey, he's fun again.
Well, the problem is that the DC continuity is just unmanageable. You know, this is why they had Crisis on Infinite Earths back in the 80s because it gets ridiculous, and DC has been around even.
We're on our way to another one.
They have to, right? They realized at the time that their problem is that they don't kill anyone off, and they constantly keep making new characters, right? So unlike Marvel, sorry, I'm gonna say old Marvel, before the dark times. Marvel used to be when they made a new character, it was a new character. Like it was something brand new. Like, oh, who's this? This Deadpool guy? I've never heard of him. Who's this Cable guy? But DC's like, we need a new character. Okay, let's pull up the main set. Say, do we clone Aquaman? Do we clone Batman? Do we make another Superman character? Do we make a Wonder? It's they look at the Justice League lineup, and then they make a younger version of one of those characters. And then we get these legacy characters. So, like look at the new Young Justice now. We got another Green Lantern. Do we need another Green Lantern? Honestly, no. But we've got they've got like 7 to choose from, but they're not teenagers. So let's make another Green Lantern. So they're constantly doing this. They get all these speedster characters, and they got all these Aqua characters, and they got all these Green Lanterns, and now they got Superman. Now there's two. There are two Superboys.
Killed my Aqua character.
There are 2 Superboys going on right now. We went from 0 Superboys to 2 Superboys.
So that's the thing with so did you watch my review? No, you watched what's his name?
StarCraft,
right? Yeah, Robert Willing. Yeah.
Well, I only listened to like part of it because once you gave me a copy, and I was like, I got to review this. I need to like stop because I was watching part of your review, and I was like, now I'm going to be too biased. I need to like have a fresh set of eyes. But to finish real quick, my point is that DC makes all these unmanageable continuities. Like, how many Robins do we have? You know, there's like 4 Robins. It's just like there's too many. It's too many. And
Nightwing does not count as a Robin, neither does Jason Todd.
Yes, they do. Just because you change their name. Jason Todd, you could argue a little bit because he actually his character and his identity, like he's really a different character than he was when he was Robin. Nightwing is still Robin, who just now.
That I disagree with you when you were talking about that. In your pull list video, I cringed so hard. It's like, oh, stop it! Because the Nightwing whole character is he's conflicted because he really wants to be his own man, but he like loves Bruce Wayne as like a surrogate father / big brother that he needs to be there for him all the time. Right. So he always wants to like, you know, like Nightwing. So Dick Grayson quit being Robin in Teen Titans number 28.
Yeah.
I want to say.
Yeah, it's like 30 years ago. Okay, keep going.
Right. And he didn't become Nightwing until Teen Titans number 44. So there was this whole period of him being like the guy in the chair. You know,
What does that have to do with anything?
that means he was Dick Grayson, part of the Teen Titans, who was like the guy behind the big computer. And then it wasn't until they were like the Titans were screwed, and he's like, well, I guess there's better time than never.
Then he put
So
on a costume and became Robin again.
he became Nightwing.
But how was Nightwing different than Robin?
Because Nightwing, see, you don't know your DC history, sir. So Nightwing, do you know who Nightwing is?
Yes.
Like, no, not Dick Grayson. The legacy that Nightwing
It doesn't
is.
matter what legacy is. I'm talking about Dick Grayson.
Okay, so do you know where the name Nightwing comes from?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I presumed where it came from, and obviously I'm going to be wrong here, so go ahead and educate me.
What's your presumption?
My presumption, it was just a play off of a Batman thing. Like, he's not going to call himself Batman, so something related like Nightwing sounds similar, like, oh. So it was a cool name. I was like, okay, I have no problem with that.
Okay, so Nightwing is a Superman character.
Okay.
Nightwing is actually Superman.
Okay.
Are you confused?
No, I mean, you're telling me about history that I don't know about. It's not confusing me.
Okay,
What I know is that Dick Grayson
you know,
donning this dark suit with a blue wing on it and calling himself Nightwing doesn't.
His first suit is blue and yellow.
Okay, yeah, it's got the gold. You're right. It's all disco-y.
Yes, I love that suit. It's my favorite costume.
I loved it in the 80s. It does not work today.
No, but the 90s suit still works today. And then they should have never got rid of that.
Whatever. None of the suits work really for me. I think it's silly. They look...
Okay, so Nightwing is, the city of Kandor.
Yes.
The bottled city of Kandor.
Yes.
So there was, in the 50s and 60s.
May they rest in peace, by the way.
Yeah. Thanks, Bendis. So, I had to with that scene, I had to pause and being like, take a deep breath and be like, oh,
dude, I cheered. That was one of the best things that Bendis has done with Superman. Probably the only good thing he's done with Superman. Keep going.
So Superman would shrink him in the 50s and 60s. He would shrink himself, and because he would go into the bottled city of Kandor, which had a mini red sun, he had no superpowers. So he had these adventures as Nightwing.
Oh my goodness!
Superman would dress up as a pseudo Batman.
Okay.
In with Kryptonian style.
Yeah, you're really selling me on this, I gotta tell you.
Right. And so, which then, in post-crisis, the Nightwing stories it wasn't Clark. It was essentially Krypton's version of Batman.
Which makes no sense. Because Superman fundamentally disagrees with how Batman operates.
No, but in the Kryptonian history, there was
a Kryptonian hero in actual historical Krypton that was Nightwing and blah blah blah.
That was Nightwing, yes.
Okay,
and
good.
So
that's all fantastic. But what does that have to do with Tim or Dick Grayson?
When Dick was conflicted and left Batman, he was talking to Superman, and Superman told him of this character, and so Nightwing essentially dubbed himself Nightwing because he got it from Superman. And if you're because they used to be, World's Finest, everyone just gives World's Finest to Batman and Superman. No, it is Batman, Robin, and Superman.
Okay.
The World's Finest is Batman and Robin and Superman.
No.
Yes.
And Wonder Woman's left out of this?
The Trinity is the Trinity. World's Finest is Batman, Robin, and Superman.
Batman and Superman.
No.
Really?
No.
Jason Todd is World's Finest?
No. Dick Grayson is World's Finest.
Jason Todd was Robin.
They didn't have a freaking like
Okay, look. This I'm
World's
glad.
Finest is a book that was in the golden
I
age
know
through
what the
silver age.
well, it's also a modern book. They brought that book back. So look, I agree with you on the story that you just told me. I'm glad you educated me on it. I did not know that history, and
Wait,
that
let me finish about it. So
oh, goodness gracious.
Nightwing wants to step out of the shadow and become his own man, but he's such a close like Clark is essentially his uncle. It's like his dad's brother who he can talk to essentially because his dad's not gonna understand.
We lost a viewer.
Probably yeah, because I'm going on about freaking history about Nightwing.
Well, it's fine to go on history. You just gotta like keep it less than an hour.
Well, where were we at? An hour?
We're at 50 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, look, I'm just busting your balls here. No one's more long-winded than me, but
Yeah, your 30-minute reviews.
hey, 45 minutes on Harley Quinn. All right. And speaking of Harley Quinn, I know
Melissa the comic takes 12 minutes to read, but I'm gonna triple that in a review.
Well, if you read it like speed read it, anyways. Look, I appreciate you told me this history. I liked it. It makes the whole name of Nightwing cooler, but it actually makes me less satisfied with Dick Grayson because he could actually be something different. He could actually be the Nightwing, and instead he's just Robin in a Nightwing suit. And that's what's bothering me. If he would have like, oh, I'm going to take up this mantle and I'm going to leave Robin behind and evolve into this new thing. Bravo. Like, that's what I'm hoping was going on right now with this series in Nightwing that I'm reading, which I normally wouldn't read Nightwing because I hate Nightwing. But this whole shot in the head, I was like, oh, God, DC is going to do something cool and innovative, and they're going to have an excuse to change his character, and I'm on board. Let's do this because I want to like Nightwing. I don't hate him because I'm just wanting to hate. I want the character to be cool, and I just feel like he just runs around being Robin forever. And just a kid on the streets with his little two sticks, and he beats up thugs, and it's like, yippee-ki-yay, what... be something awesome. Like, I just don't, and I feel like DC Comics is just playing it too safe with the character, because if they did do something like that, so many fans would bitch and moan, and DC fans are so anal retentive that you slightly touch their characters and they get all bent out of shape. That's why the New 52 failed, because oh my God, it's so radically different. I can't handle this. Well, then the problem is that they make other characters. So they go, okay, well, we're not going to mess with Nightwing, so we're going to make Red Hood. You know, it's like, oh, okay, we can have, and then so they keep making all these new characters, right? So it's obvious that Jonathan Kent was not going to be like Connor Kent. So, or you know what I'm saying, like they have two Superboys because they can't mess with one of them, which unless you're Bendis, which Bendis did actually mess with John Kent, and I'm so pissed. Anyways, I think we went long enough on that. Melissa made a comment about she misses pre-52 Harley, and if she's still here, I don't know if she's the one that left. For those of you that are listening, I did a extremely long review of Harley Quinn 56 that I purposely did long review. Bats, if you watched it, you know I pretty much read the entire comic almost. That's why it's long. And the reason I did it was really not to be a review more than to be an expose. I knew exactly what I was getting into when I picked up the book. Was following up on, again, Doug Ernst had done a video on the book, and it is pure, unadulterated SJW trash. It is assaulting anyone who has any level of support for Comicsgate whatsoever. The whole book is an allegory against comics fans, and they replace it with pet shop owners and how these pet shop owners who only want to sell pets to men, and it's so ludicrous. It is just cringe to the extreme. I cannot believe that book ever made it out of editing and got published. It's not even like it's just elementary nonsense. The writing is so silly. And beyond that, my point on this was to Melissa, like, I don't really like Harley anyway. I just don't think she's a good character. But what I know of Harley, and the Harley that I would say I liked best, which is the Batman animated series Harley, this character is nothing like. I mean, this character's running around. She's like a hero. I'm like, when did Harley become this, like, do-gooder that she's out helping?
Well, they never committed to the bit either. They're like, they wanted to make her a good guy, like this kind of like on the fence, like she could become a hero, but they never fully committed to the bit. They just said she was, but then over in Heroes in Crisis, she's that character. Where over in her, like I was reading Harley Quinn the book for like a couple months, and there was like things that I enjoyed about it, and it was almost because it was silly Billy nonsense, and it was kind of just a parody of the DC universe, and I was like, oh, okay. But then like people are like, oh yeah, that's in continuity. I'm like, no, there's no way that can be in continuity. Like, the Penguin had a freaking giant penguin robot and they were fighting kaijus. Like, no, that's not in continuity. Like, no.
Yeah, it seemed to me from watching on the sidelines, and I'll fully admit I was on the sidelines, so I'm ignorant to a lot of things, but it seemed to me that DC was trying to turn Harley Quinn into their version of Deadpool.
That's what they did in the book, and I was even arguing with the guy in the comic shop about that, and he's like, oh, what's wrong with that? I was like, because that's not her character.
Right, exactly. That's a great point. Like, if you want to make your own Deadpool, make your own Deadpool, but don't make Harley, because Harley Quinn's not that. Harley Quinn is a suffering, psychologically destroyed human being that is sort of slave to the Joker, and it's both entertaining and kind of disturbing at the same time. Like,
it's comedy and tragedy in one character.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it, and it works. I think the reason Harley Quinn is popular as she is today is not because of what Harley Quinn is now. It's what Harley Quinn started as being, and I think a lot of people are okay, or at least the ones that are. I think people are upset, but then there are people like, whatever, I don't care, like, it's fine, because they are already fans. Like, it's like the people who are still Spider-Man fans, even though they've just wrecked Spider-Man to the extreme. It's like, whoa, but I love Spider-Man. Okay, well,
mm-hmm.
if you
me on all the accounts.
So, real quick, the Vi, who's someone that's been a pretty good commenter on my videos. He's challenging me here. He's like, why are you pissed when you don't even know how he messed with John? That's a good point. I will concede. I do not know what Bendis is going to do to John, and he's called me out. And you're right. I'm being prejudiced, but the problem is I've now read 18 issues of Bendis Superman to have a pretty strong enough feeling that I have no reason to trust he's got any good faith in what he's doing with John Kent. And I do know that John Kent has been aged. We can at least see that. And I hate that. I think what made John Kent for me, I can only speak for myself, and let me preface this. I always hated Superboy. I don't like legacy characters, right? Like, I was okay when it was like the reign of the Supermen, like Superman was dead and they had the Superboy. Like, I was like, okay with that, like, as a fill-in, but I just don't like it. It's like, look, there's Superman. I don't need a Superboy. There's Batman. I don't want a Batboy.
Superboy used to be Adventures of Superman before he was Superman.
And that's okay too. That's different. Like, I would take that. You want to give me a Smallville series? I mean, it's what the Smallville TV show was, right? Fine.
As well as the Superboy show in the 90s.
Fine. That's cool. I'm talking about a separate character. So I always hated Superboy because of that. But John Kent won me over. And I remember when Super Sons was out and everyone was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh God, are you kidding me? It's Superboy and Bat Boy essentially." I was like, I was like really prejudiced against it, and then I started reading the Tomasi Superman books, and that's Tomasi won me over. Like I always liked Superman, I just didn't like him in the comic books. Like I just like, oh, he's just too hard to write. He's dull. He's boring. He's a Boy Scout. I had always bad prejudices against Superman, but Tomasi won me over, and I became a Superman collector. I was buying the comics, and I was like loving what he was doing. And because Superboy, John Kent, was in those issues, I got to fall in love with that character, and it clicked. What mattered to me with John Kent was that he was not a teenager, pre-teen. He was a boy with all the naivete of a young boy, learning from his father, and there was something that just rang so pure and good and charming in it that I was like, wow. And then I picked up Super Sons, and I was like, this is fantastic. And equally so with Damien being basically the corrupted, the boy who had hard knocks growing up under a villainous mother, turned him into an assassin, like having to reform essentially and be under the guidance of Bruce Wayne, his dad, real dad. It's like, and then Superboy being that good influence. Like it was a magical combination that I never thought I would like, and then I got it. I was like, okay, I get it. I get why everyone loves this book. I love this character, and then it got canceled so that Bendis could do Superman, and we all know why it got canceled for Bendis to do Superman is because Bendis wants to do something different, and
Hey
that's
man,
why.
that's your boy from your company, man.
That's no, he's not my boy. Bendis didn't work for Marvel when I was reading Marvel, but so when I'm pissed about John, I don't know what Bendis is going to do. I do know he's going to do something different, and yeah, Tomasi should be writing Superman, and I guess I'm just really pissed about that.
If I can just say something. So you said the thing that like triggers my DC fandom.
Triggers your DC fandom.
Yeah, so this is like literally. Remember in our private conversation a couple days ago where I was imitating a Marvel fan. You said it. You said it because they don't really exist in the Marvel universe, and when they do, people hate them.
I don't think
Marvel cannot make legacy characters. Legacy characters at Marvel are freaking failures.
Whoa! Stop here a second. They're failures everywhere. You just don't realize it because you're a DC fan.
No. Because so when you have like what's it called, Young Avengers, people are like, this is stupid, right?
Yes. That's the same how I feel about Young Justice, by the way. Like I look at Young Justice the same way you look at Young Avengers, which also is the same way I look at Young Avengers. There's no difference to me. Like the difference is you go, I'm cool with Young Justice. It's dumb when it's Young Avengers.
No. See, this is the thing is that let me finish. That as a Marvel fan, as someone who grew up reading Marvel, anything remotely similar to DC, you're like, this is stupid because it's like DC, right? So you're Patriot and you're I don't know any other character in the freaking Young Avengers. I just know Patriot. So, I thought I knew him off the top of my head, but I was like, I know there's like a Doctor Strange one, I think. Like, and I think there's a Hulk. So like, but legacy character like Marvel is like, and when Marvel started, their whole point was to be like reverse DC, and it worked really well for them for like the longest time until DC got right, and it worked. It worked fine, and that's what when you season your freaking baked potato. You don't just put pepper, you also put salt. And that's how I look at DC. It's like they're two different seasonings,
Wait a second. I only put pepper on my baked potatoes. In fact, I just
Yeah,
had
because
baked.
you're a friggin' weirdo.
I just had baked
Salt,
potatoes tonight. As a matter of fact, I'm telling the truth. Oh,
yeah, salt is a flavor enhancer. So I'm a cook. I would know. Um, but DC invented the legacy hero, right? So DC can, when DC's been around for 80 years, like they know that Robin is successful. They see that character and they're like, oh, it's successful. You know, oh, well, yeah, because when Robin came out, Batman sales doubled because kids now had a character they connect with, and it's not the 30 something 40 something year old main character talking to himself. Now he has his kid's sidekick to talk to, right? And so it's the kids now relate to the kid superhero who are the audience. Now they are, when you watch Doctor Who, you relate to the companions because you're the one that's like, you're human, you're normal, and you're going on this adventure with this Time Lords. The same
sure.
applies to the superheroes,
Sure. No, I
where
get the whole point of Robin,
right
and it makes sense. You got to understand
and
that
so,
back in that time, that comics were for kids,
yeah,
and so they
and those
wrote in kid characters, and I understand why, like selling books. But today, in modern times, comics aren't for kids. They ever since they did away with the comics code, it was pretty much the industry saying we don't want to be for kids anymore, and they realized that their bread and butter was into the kids that grew up that were now collecting the comics, and it's even more true today as comics go on. It's even more and more for an older audience. If you go into a like you worked at a comic store,
I still kind of do.
you still kind of do, okay, right? So like I'm imagining if it's like my comic book store, most of the people coming in are older.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
and
old,
that
right?
that, that
But
you
when I worked in a comic book store, well, hold on. When I worked in a comic book store back in the '80s and then later on in the '90s, first of all, when I worked in a comic book store in the '80s, I was 13 years old, and I worked for comics, and everyone well, not everyone, but a lot of people coming into the store were like my age. You saw a lot of that, getting their comics, right? And then later on, when I was like 20, and I worked in another store part time for comics, kind of similar, I think, what you're doing. The owner of the store was about my age. The people, the clientele were all like like it was that time, Image, a bunch of like 20 somethings, all rock star comics. Like, and now fast forward to today in my 40s, comic books, go to the store, a lot of people my age. Like it's grown. It's an aging industry. It's not targeting kids anymore. That's fine.
see
Whatever
what
has a,
what
what,
I see in the shop. Uh, I see in the shop a lot of people kind of coming in using, like, I see like grandparents coming in because when they were kids, like, comics were the thing,
mm-hmm.
right? And like, part of me wants to say that there is going to be a resurgence of popularity of comics because I don't believe that, like, the cell phone thing, like where kids are just constantly looking at their phone, like that's gonna just keep being the norm. Like, I think like there'll be like hipster kids in the future because I see grandparents come in pretty often. They're like, my kid likes Spider-Man. What do you recommend
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
like a 12-year-old kid who reads Spider-Man?
I'm
And I'm
I'm
like,
on board with you. The problem is you know when you were a kid and you picked up Spider-Man, it was, I guess I'm gonna imagine it was reasonably good. I wasn't reading. I got out of comics right about the time you got into comics.
yeah,
So when I was reading Spider-Man, it was freaking fantastic. Like, so the difference today is the quality isn't there. So you give a kid, Dan Slott Spider-Man or whatever.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Well, people did. Like,
Mhm.
I can't imagine everyone praising Nick Spencer right now. I can't imagine Nick Spencer's that much better. I just think the problem is that Spider-Man
Yeah,
got so bad that like
it
anything
really
that's
is a big. It's like night and day.
okay. I misspoke. It probably is a lot better, but my point being is in relativity. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I give you a plate of shit to eat and that's all I give you to eat, and then all of a sudden I deep fry it and smother it in hot sauce, then you're gonna be like, this is so much better, right? Like, well, it's still it's still, like this is the problem I'm seeing with Marvel right now is that if they make something mediocre, fans are like jumping through the roof and being like, it's not crap anymore, yay. Yeah, but it's still mediocre. Like, that's why I got out of comics, and that's why it makes it really hard for me to relate, because I got out of comics in the 90s when things started going downhill, and it was those comics then were better than today. And it's like, I don't understand why this tolerance level of comic quality has dropped. It's like we used to, back in the day, I remember going like, I read comics, the movies will never be as good as the comics. Like, TV shows never be as good as the comics. But today, I'm like, these comics are worse. They can't make a comic as good as a CW show. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't know. Vi says kids just don't read anymore, which is partly true, but
it's actually not that true.
It's partly true. It's partly true.
So I work right next to a bookstore, and it's actually like pretty often like they come into my work, and then I'm like, and I even comment all the time. I'm like, hey kid, hey, what are you reading? And then they like, it's like a YA novel or like like something, and I'm like kind of common. Like when I was a kid, my mom only allowed me an hour of television, which also pretty much forced me to become a comic book fan. Because hey, so basically I played Mario for 30 minutes and I watched Batman the animated series, and then I'm like, oh, comics, like this is like the cartoon but like in pictures. And so and parents are starting to become more, because kids are all about cell phones and all this like video games. You get an hour of screen time, so whether it be phone or tablet or video games or whatever kids do now, they're still only being allowed an hour of television, or of the equivalency. So like kids are finding reading again, because people say my age who are in their mid 30s are having kids, and say like they had kids 7 years ago, they're in their late 20s, they're like, man, this is out of control already. And like, so now they have a 7-year-old, and they're like, you know what, you need to do something productive, like read a book. And you got to find a kid something that they like.
Yes, and just like books, if they suck, they're not going to read them. It took me so long to like start reading books, because when I was a kid, I'd go through school, and you'd have to like read the mandatory books that the school wants you to read. And then so many of those books were just terrible. Like, you're just like, oh, it's just torture to read these, right? They didn't let you read. There were some good ones. Like when one of the ones I read as a kid was like Old Man and the Sea. That was a great book. And Huckleberry Finn is a great book. But some of these other books, you're just like, oh, God, shoot
Lord of
me.
the Flies is the business.
I'll take your word for it. But my point being is like, if I was given books that I hated, it made me not want to read. And if you gave me a comic book, it made me not want to read it, as well. So I think that's the problem that we're in right now. But more to the point, I don't think the industry's trying to get kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, back in the day, kids were the bread and butter. So the industry was like, we need kids. And they wrote comics for kids, and that's why they had Robin. That's why we had Superboy and those sorts of things. And their worlds reflected it. But today we live in a post-Comics Code Authority world that's meant for adults, the universe has been streamlined to be this serious toned, universe where things aren't ridiculous. So when you throw the ridiculous into it like that, it stands out way more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think if I were DC, in hindsight, this Wonder Comics imprint, I would have made out of continuity, and I would have made it strictly a YA imprint.
That's what the Zoom imprint is that's coming out.
Oh, there's another freaking imprint coming out?
Yeah, there's actually like 3.
Oh my god.
There's an imprint that's like literally a YA imprint that's coming out.
What?
Like for like teenagers, for kids who read like Twilight style book.
Oh my god.
Like, they're actually like, you know how like Marvel hires a YA writer to do a new number 1, like in continuity. DC's doing that, but in a new imprint that is in that style.
What?
But with pictures, essentially. And then they're coming out with a imprint called Zoom, which is like, they're like, it's for like essentially like the 7 to 12-year-old reader. And like one of the books is like Bruce Wayne as a kid, Clark Kent as a kid, and Diana as a kid.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. Like, they can make a million imprints, I guess. I just like DC, so I'm groaning because I want to see them.
You remember M2?
I want to see them succeed, and I think these decisions are just brain dead dumb. You can't complicate it with all these different imprints. Like, make it simple. Like, Vertigo is the SJW imprint, okay? I think they've established that quite. Huh?
It's so weird to say that and hear that.
Well, I mean, it's not official. It's not like they announce it that way, but the writing's on the wall,
like,
right?
When like the word Vertigo comes to mind, like X amount of titles come to mind. Like, none of this Goddess Mode and freaking Second Coming, none of that comes to mind when I think Vertigo.
Well,
that's like,
I used to think that too, but Vertigo was always the counterculture line, right? Like, and we didn't have SJWs back in my day, back, like the Sandman era, but we did have the weird group culture, like the fringe kind of, and those are the guys that went and bought Sandman, like, I think Vertigo is marketing to the new version of a crowd, which happens to be the SJW. I don't know. Regardless, I'm fine. Like, you made a section that you corralled off and said, we're going to throw all of our weird SJW nonsense into this weird corral. And I'm like, more power to you. I will just keep buying my DC books as long as, your main line is not infected by that nonsense. I'm happy. And then you get the Wonder Comics, and I'm like, oh, which obviously this didn't happen. This is my imagination. You're going to make like a young adult version of like DC. Perfect. Because you can't, like I said, because you have this shared universe, right? You can't have kiddie stuff happening in adult stuff. It just doesn't fit right. But if you make this separate imprint, which I thought Wonder Comics was going to be like something actually separate, it turns out that it's not. This is just Bendis. This is some sort of business arrangement with Bendis, is what it sounds like. It's just a way for Bendis to get more money. It's Young Justice is a strictly DC book. Like, the imprint is really just wash. It doesn't mean anything. But I was hoping it would be like, hey, we're gonna throw our young audience type stuff in here. We're gonna have adventures, and these adventures will not necessarily affect like the main continuity. It'll just be stories of these characters, and you can have Superman show up and he can leave and whatever, and it's fine. But it'll just be like the cartoons. You watch the cartoons; it's not part of continuity, right? It's just these stories. And I was like, this is a great idea. Like, do this, and I won't buy it because I'm not interested in Young Justice, but the people like you who are will be able to get it. But then they're like, nope, it's going to be DC continuity. And I'm what? And what really bothers me as a DC fan is all the great talent they're devoting to this thing, right? You canceled New Age of Heroes and you didn't support it. Hey, Melissa, I'll answer your question in a second. They did this New Age of Heroes thing, which was awesome, I thought. I was like, oh my God. Right in the middle of Marvel, like just...
It was a troll. It was a Marvel troll.
Marvel was in the middle of crapping the bed, right? Just destroying their whole line. And DC came in and said, oh, we'll do Marvel comics better than Marvel, and made this new line of essentially Marvel comics. And they did it good. None of those books, well, I didn't read Brimstone or Silencer because Justin Jordan is an SJW. I won't support him. But the other books, none of the books were bad. And the ones that actually got canceled are my favorites. I still stand by Immortal Men, and I'm pissed off that they canceled that book because it was the second best-selling of the books. So it makes no sense why it was one of the first to go, but whatever. They had this great lineup, and they pulled the plug. They did not commit to the bit, as Zach would say. And that really annoys me. But it annoys me even further that all this great talent that should still be writing those and drawing those books is now doing this stupid Wonder Comics imprints. Patrick Gleason should be drawing Superman, and now he's in Young Justice. And I'm like, ugh, every time I see this, it just grinds my gears.
So to me, Pat Gleason, when I think of Pat Gleason, you think Superman. Me, I think him as DC Universe, because I've seen it. He's been on Aquaman, he's been on Batman, he's been on Superman, he's in, he did Super Sons. So it's like, it's only like, to me, it's just like, oh yeah, of course he's on Young Justice. Like, you got Bendis and you got Pat Gleason. Like, oh, that's a good team. like.
Well, my problem is I don't necessarily think he has to be on Superman. I mean, the two Superman books right now have great art talent. I like both the artists on the book. I like Gleason maybe better, but I'd be happy if Gleason was doing a Batman book, or I'd like to see him do another one of the big. I'd like to see him doing Green Lantern. I don't think Liam Sharp is really cut out for Green Lantern. I think Patrick Gleason would be great for Wonder Woman. So I don't know. I just seeing him do this Bendis book that's this side job thing, and it's like knowing that Bendis is writing 10 comics a month, and it's just hacked out crap. I just grinds my gears, and he could be doing a New Age of Heroes book, like these books should have been committed to for at least a year. They were all good. They needed time to build an audience, and you can't build an audience when your audience doesn't have faith in you, and they think you're just going to cancel these books anyway. So why even get on in the first place? And that's
on the other hand, when this New Age of Heroes came out, all I saw it as was, like you said, like Marvel's crap in the bed. It was basically DC going, hey, we're gonna do your thing, but we're gonna do it better now.
Yeah.
And it I was, I've told you this before, like I'm a big Fantastic Four fan.
Uh-huh.
And so they're like, here you go, the Terrifics. And I already like Metamorpho.
Right.
And I already like Mr. Terrific as a DC fan, so I'm just like, oh sweet. I'm there. And I like Plastic Man too, so I'm like, yeah, I'm totally there.
Yeah.
And so, but I didn't look at it as in like, I knew going in, these books were doomed to fail.
Right. That's my point. Like, you're not alone, and so they did fail. If you didn't have that feeling, and all the other people that had that feeling didn't have that feeling, and they supported the book, and if Marvel fans weren't a bunch of zombies and were like happy to like buy crap instead of like, look, Marvel, I'm not going to pay you for your dog shit. Get your stuff together, and then I'll come back and buy your books again. If they would have come over, if all the X-Men fans that like me, who are all disenfranchised, and said, oh, look at this Immortal Men, it's like X-Men better than what Marvel's doing right now, they would have come over, these books would have succeeded. And not only did that not happen, but DC knew it wasn't going to happen, so they didn't commit. I mean, they canceled Immortal Men at issue 4. Like, that's not giving it a chance.
No. When I picked it up and I read it, and when I looked at like the promos, I was like, oh, I see what you did there. Immortal Men. You got men in the title with Jim Lee as the artist. Okay. I didn't take it seriously. I looked at it and I'm like, okay. And look at this. This is the Hulk. And this is Fantastic Four.
Yep.
And then look, we got SJW Black Punisher. Right?
Right, you did. Well, she was not SJW.
And then that's the thing, is like, for me, I picked up literally all of them at launch. And the only book that I was like, oh wow, this is really good, was the one that I expected the least from. I was like, oh, it's it's a woman of color with the stupid short haircut, and she's got guns and she can do anything because she's a girl. Like, that was literally what I went into. I'm like, went in there to roast it, and I was like, this is really good.
Right.
Oh wait, you're bringing in Talia al Ghul, like, in my Batman fandom was like, oh, Leviathan. Oh yeah, that's a thing. I'm fully aware of this Leviathan. Like, oh, she was a member. Oh, I was like, I became far more interested in it as a Batman fan.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's connected to the Batman mythos. Sweet.
Right.
And it was like,
and they made here's another thing.
The least from.
They managed to make a Batman mythos character who was not a spin-off of Batman.
Yeah. But
like, not a Batwoman, not Batgirl, not a Robin, not a Robin 2, not a Robin 3, not a Robin 4, right? Not a Batgirl 2. Like, all these Bat characters is Bat Family, not a Signal. Like, all these characters are spin-offs of Batman. They're like Batman wannabes. They made a cool Batman character that's not, like, nothing to do with Batman. It's awesome.
Well, she spinned out of, like, the League of Assassins, but
right, which relates her to the Batman world.
Yeah,
but she's not a spin-off of Batman.
The League of Assassins spin-off.
Right, and she didn't run around calling herself like the Silent Bat or something stupid.
No, yeah, absolutely.
So, I promised I would answer. I don't want to diverge real quick. Okay, so Melissa asked about joining Comicsgate. Melissa, there is no joining Comicsgate. Comicsgate is not like a club. It's not an official organization. It's an idea. And that idea comes from a label that was assigned to comics fans. I'll give the little short history real quick. Around, what was it, 2016-ish? Or 2015, I don't know, a couple years back, fans were starting to really complain about what Marvel was doing with their comics, like making Captain America Nazi, making Thor a woman, pushing these really heavy social agendas in their comics, and fans started kicking back. I mean, like, yo, what's the deal? We just want fun comics. We don't want to be proselytized to. So they complained. Rather than comic book industry professionals acting professional and saying, oh, well, we hear your complaints and we'll address them. Like, they were like, oh, F you must be a bunch of bigots. You're just white supremacists and you hate people, racist, you hate blah, 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 blah. Like, we're just totally unprofessional. And then fans shot back and said, whoa. It's one thing that you're making these books that we don't like. It's completely another thing that you respond to us in such a fashion, like, which there's a good point to that, right? Like, if you get a burger at McDonald's and it's like ice cold, and you bring it back and you're like, no, this is ice cold. Did you cook it? What's wrong with you? They don't like, you don't expect the person to be like, F you, what are you, some sort of bigot? You can't eat cold burger? Like, no, you're like, you expect a professional like response. So fans were all upset. And so meanwhile, when fans shot back and said, well, screw you for, calling me a bigot. You guys are, that started this war. And then the comic industry decided, well, we're going to label you Comicsgate to try to smear you like Gamersgate, because Gamersgate had made certain gamers take on, a negative connotation for certain gamers for that thing. So they labeled fans Comicsgate as this sort of demeaning thing. Well, in an unexpected turn on their part, instead of fans trying to shed this label, certain fans that were on the side of, being against the two things that happened, they said, well, yeah, okay, we'll embrace this. Yeah, we are Comicsgate. And so forever forward, fast forward to today, Comicsgate means a lot of things to a lot of people, but the two core tenets that kind of caused it to come into being are the idea that, hey, you take our existing characters and stuff and you leave it alone and just tell good stories. Don't try to, push propaganda on us with them, and act professionally like every other business. When we have a complaint, treat us like valuable customers. Don't treat us like, don't call us names. Don't show contempt for us. We give you money. You don't give us money. We give you money, right? You have a job because of us. Like, and in no other industry would that be acceptable to treat your customer base this way. And that's what Comicsgate stands for. So people who say I'm Comicsgate, it just means that you've ascribed yourself to that idea, that you say, yep, I believe in that. I stand for that. I'm going to speak out for that. Therefore, I am Comicsgate also. There's no membership card. There's no like, oh, welcome to the club. It has formed a community because like-minded people stick together and communicate together. So we often sometimes refer to it as a group in that sense, but it's not really a formal group. You can come and go. You can ascribe to the idea, or you can disagree with the idea. There's various forms of people in Comicsgate that, they share those core tenets. But some of them voted for Trump. Some of them voted for Hillary. Some of them believe in God. Some of them are atheists. Some of them like DC. Some of them like Mark. Like, they're all different. And I think some of the confusion.
It's a very diverse group.
And some of them, there's straight people. There's gay people. There's men. There's women. Those things are not relevant to Comicsgate. Only the idea of, you want comics to not proselytize and be propaganda, and you want comics creators and professionals to act professionally, especially in the mainstream industry, right? Like, if you want to go off and make an independent comic that's all about pushing your social agenda, like, that Comicsgate didn't form out of that. It formed about taking Captain America and saying, we're going to preach against white privilege by making Captain America a Nazi, and then handing over the title to a black guy as a political statement. Like, that, this is not right. Had they done that like the old days, which Steve Rogers has stepped down in the past, had they done that in the old days for legitimate story reasons, because it was a cool idea, just like in the past, comic book fans really wouldn't have cared too much. But it was obvious that their idea is, they're not acting honestly. They don't have good faith. So you're saying you want to join the fight against SJW propaganda? Well, I mean, it's
make content.
I mean, do what you want to do. There's no, like I said, there's no organization to this. We're against it. So you decide your level of how you want to be against it. If you're against it too. I personally add my level as I speak out against it on Twitter. I have a YouTube channel, and I try to really focus more on comic books themselves, but I'll do talk like I'm talking right now about Comicsgate. But some people are really hardcore about it, and they make a YouTube channel that's just nothing but railing against SJWs. Some people are trying to make comic books. I mean, you decide what you want to do, how much it bothers you or doesn't bother you, and you take it from there. I hope I answered your question there. What are your thoughts, Bats?
Yeah, it all comes down to what you want to do. Like, if you just want to argue with SJWs on Twitter, do it. Do it. And if like me, I wanted to do a comic book YouTube channel even before Comicsgate, and Comicsgate kind of adopted me. Like, that's how I look at it. It's like, I've been a fan for 20 years. I know what I like and how I like it. It's like you said, if you go to a burger joint, you know how you like your hamburger. And if the hamburger isn't to your liking, you have every right to complain as a paying customer. And like, if they tell you no, you're a bigot because you don't like the hamburger, well, then you know what? You have a couple options, and that's, you can stop going to that burger place, or you can you can stop eating burgers entirely, or you can just vote with your dollar and give your money to a burger place that's going to respect you.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I get in tussles with SAWs and on Twitter or whatever sometimes, but mostly that's not even really what I care to do. Like, people are going to be whoever they want. Everyone's an individual. What I care about are the professionals, and those are the ones I really try to focus on addressing, is both the professionals that act great, like Brian Hill. I interact with.
I love reading his tweets.
I interact with him all the time, and also some of the bad ones. Most of the bad ones block you, so you can't really interact with them. But there's been a few that maintain discourse, like Eric Larson. I've had so many interactions with Eric Larson and called him out on his shit so many times, and he hasn't blocked me. So bravo to that guy for at least not being a nitwit, but I that's what I do. Like, when I see Image Comics doing bad things, or I talk to Eric Larson. It's like, look, dude, this is not cool. I don't like this. I speak my mind to people I think that are in decision-making positions. I spoke out to Joe Quesada when he got and started getting involved, and I was like, okay, Joe, you're involved. I'm going to tell you what I think. And the other thing I do is I try to speak to people like you, speaking to Melissa or everyone in the chat or anyone that wants to listen, just to spread the word. Like, look, I go to a burger place and they spit in my burger. Not only am I going to complain and tell them, but I'm going to probably leave, and then I'm going to go tell everyone I know, hey, this place spits in your burger. Don't go there, Yep. And then some people might just be like, what? Screw you. That's my favorite burger place. I'm not going to listen. Okay, more power to you. And then other people might go, hey, thanks for telling me about that. I'm going to go to this other burger place.
And it's I also kind of, like, I was comparing it to a coworker of mine, because I was trying to explain it to him, and he didn't quite understand. I was like, imagine going to a steakhouse, and you're like, hey, I want a steak, and they're like, well, here's falafel. What is no.
You falafel bigot.
To the steakhouse for steak. And they're like, yeah, today is, like, not steak day. Today's falafel day. You're like, no, every day is steak. They're like, no, we have, like, pretend steak. Like, it's made out of tofu, but it tastes like steak and it looks like steak, but it's not actually steak. You want that? You're like, no.
You tofu bigot.
And they're like, you know what? I'm going to go to the other steakhouse across the street. They're like, you're a bigot.
You're a steak supremacist.
Yeah, you're a steak The premises. Steakist.
Hey, look, Vi asked us how long the stream is going to go on. That's a good question. Vi, this is like a preliminary stream. It's not really like rehearsed. We didn't like plan out like all the content. We really want to just like, it's like a shakedown cruise, you know, get all the bells and whistles out. We didn't actually expect necessarily to even have viewers like you guys come in, which I appreciate, by the way. Appreciate all your comments, everything you have to say. And so we kind of got like kind of off track because we just started interacting with you guys, and we're like, and we got totally derailed, which is fine because, like I said, this is like just a shakedown cruise. But I would like to, since you brought that up, kind of get down and go through what we did, what little we talked about behind the scenes, what we wanted to do, because we did kind of have like a itinerary that we're going to try to follow and make. One of our goals here was to make this stream more of like a show with a planned format. A lot of the live streams you guys probably watch are just like what we're doing now, where we're just like talking off the cuff and whatever, and it just goes on until it dies. We kind of thought, you know, let's do something different. Let's try to have a concise show. Let's actually base it more off of like how podcasts are run rather than live streams. But we hadn't actually done, neither one of us have actually hosted a live stream before. So some of the mechanics of getting it running and the software that you have to use and so forth, we just hadn't done. So this was, like I said, just us just practicing it out, getting used to having the conversational, you know, voice back and forth, so that if anything messed up, we could talk again behind the scenes and be like, hey, here's how we're going to change what we're doing. What I would like to ask when we get to this point now is, since you guys are listening, I'm not listening to the show, so I can't hear. How is the sound between me and Bats? Is it like kind of equal levels? Are you hearing any static or anything that we might be unaware of? Let us know in the comments so we can try to adjust that to make it sound better. And for you, Bats, did you plan anything to do with the itinerary that we had? Did you look at those and think about them at all?
I did, yeah.
All right. Sorry for the clap if that was loud. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta give clap warnings.
Sorry, clap warning. First part of the block was this week in Twitter. Fired off, Bats. What's going on in Twitter that you need to tell us about? This is a 15-minute segment. Up to 15. It can be less.
Heather Ottos is taking over as editor at Valiant. And everyone, including myself, has lost their mind.
Oh my God.
I don't even read Valiant, but I thought about reading Valiant, and I'm like, do I even want to? Do I even want to? When what really caught my, so you would talked a lot about Exo Manowar, and you know, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start reading that.
By the way, everyone in chat right now, if you don't know about, I'm gonna assume everyone in chat is a comic fan. So if you're not, I'm glad you're here still, but understand it's a comic book show, like this is for comic fans. Exo Manowar, holy shit, is that good? Matt Kindt, Kindt, put that guy on your radar if you don't know about him. This book is awesome, and especially for guys. I can't speak. I'm not a woman, so I don't know how women think. But if you're a guy, holy shit, like it's a manly book, right? Like Exo is like Conan with Iron Man armor. If you want to know what Exo's about, it's about a dude who's got super high-tech space armor from the future, and his name is Arik, and he's from 400 AD, or I can't remember if it's AD or BC. I think it's 400 AD, and he's a badass warrior And with the use of this armor, he's able to travel through time. So, like right now in the current storyline, he's like out in space on some planet fighting this war for these alien factions, and he's just like I said, he's like Conan. He's a badass, and it's just, if you like these like manly type stories, it's there. I don't know how much it appeals to women, so a woman will have to give you their opinion on that. But I always thought EXO looked stupid, so I was like, whatever, like, but someone recommended EXO to me, and I was like, all right, I'll try it. And I was like, holy shit, it's so good. And the art is bomb. And totally interrupting the Twitter feed, so go back to Heather Antos.
Yeah, so she dropped a bomb that said, "I'm back." And you're like, "Oh, she at Marvel?" Nope, she's there. And it was kind of it seemed like Valiant was like the alternative to get away from everything else. And then, we started to notice that like they're making books like Livewire and stuff like that, where it was like, hey, like be the company that you said you set out to be. And then they're like, yeah, let's do this over here. And it's like, I was gonna tweet it out, I didn't, but I'll say it here. Heather Antos is 21st century Acclaim to Valiant. Valiant was doing good. Now something's gonna change it, and it's gonna go bad.
Well,
So
I can't disagree with you there. I did a review of their newest title, Livewire #1, and this is before the Heather Antos announcement. And holy crap, is it SJW?
Have you heard of Lion Forge before Gail Simone?
No.
So Lion Forge is like a small publisher, and they have a book that I really like. It's called Excel, and it's by, I can't remember the writer, but the artist is Damian Scott, who he used to work on Batgirl, and I really love his stuff on Batgirl, and that's kind of why I was there. And the book is really good. And then I read an interview one time talking about diversity, and I was like, I didn't even notice that until like, and it was because the story was so good about, it's just about a kid who got speed powers and his adventures and his like, he's a teenage superhero, so he's got that like girlfriend problem, and like, when he can and can't be a superhero kind of problems, like, like the tropes of a teenage superhero. And I was like, yeah, it's totally like just a good old fashioned teenage superhero story. And then they're like, oh, Gail Simone's going to be taking over as editor in chief over at Lion Forge. And I'm like, what? Why? It's totally fine. And that's exactly how I feel about Heather Antos, because I was like just almost like a couple of like Wednesdays away from being like, I'm going to jump into Bloodshot, because I like old Bloodshot. And so I was like, I'll check out the new Bloodshot. And now I don't want to. I just don't. Because it's just gonna like, Bloodshot is a super toxic masculinity book. It's like, it's just crazy. Because I don't know. That's this week in Twitter, I guess. It's like, got it.
Hey, for those of you asking about EXO, I tried to put up here in the window. There's the cover of EXO #1. I believe that's showing. Let me double check the stream here. Yep, there it is. And whoop, that's the wrong way. Cancel. No. Come on. Here's the first page. Look at that art. Here's page 2.
This is the Matt Kint story.
This is the Matt Kent story. This is the current run of EXO right now. This is the first.
It looks beautiful.
Look at this art. Look at this. This is a small-time publisher that has like four books or something, 4 or 5 books. Valiant is not. Here's the third page. It is, and the writing is, and the art's not the selling point of this. The writing is, it's just fun. It's good. And if you're the kind of person who's like, I don't necessarily want to spend all this extra money, or I'm on a budget, or I don't know, Comixology has a service, Comixology Unlimited, and you can watch this or read unlimited books for free. And this is on one of the books on the Unlimited. In fact, a ton of Valiant is on Unlimited, and they just added DC to Unlimited for the first time.
The entire catalog of Valiant is available.
Not the entire catalog.
The 2000 the modern Valiant is.
Well, I mean, it's delayed, so you're like 6 issues behind on EXO, like of the current run. Like, it doesn't come up all the way. So like, I think EXO's on issue 22 right now, and you can read up through maybe like issue 16 or 17, you know, like it, but they'll eventually come on. It just doesn't lead up to the most current months. It's a few months behind, but still there's a wealth of content. And the previous runs of EXO, the previous run of EXO I want to read, I haven't got a chance to, is written by your boy, Venditti.
I see. That's where I was gonna jump in.
Yeah, it's before this one, so it's probably a good point. I haven't read it.
I was like, Ash really recommends EXO. I'm gonna check it out on my Unlimited, and I was like, whoa! Robert Venditti was writing this before. Oh, this is when they did the new Valiant. So let's just jump in here. Like, that's where I should start. And so, I plan on it. So you plan on it.
All right. Well, you pretty much covered the week on Twitter that I would probably cover myself. There was another topic I was thinking about covering, but it seems a little bit.
No, I know what that is, and I don't want to even talk about it.
Yeah, it's probably. So yeah, the Heather Antos. I'm just going to chime in too for anyone, because Melissa seems like she is a newer comer to the whole Comicsgate scene. Just since we're talking about Heather Antos. Heather Antos is one of the, I don't want to say, she didn't start off Comicsgate. She kind of came in the middle of Comicsgate thing, but she's like the catalyst that really threw Comicsgate into the limelight and like got media attention and just really got like everyone everyone taking sides. Either you were for it or against it. Like, she was this pivotal moment, and it was the milkshake incident, which happened, what was it, in 2017. I forget the lady that died.
Flo.
So here's the thing. So anyways, there was this photograph that Heather posted online of herself and all the Marvel editors, which of course are all girls, which is relevant. This isn't misogynist to say. It's relevant to say that of course are all girls, because previous to like 2016, Marvel Comics editors were predominantly male. And despite what the argument is about misogyny, it's just, no, comic books have traditionally been a boys' institution, right? Like, far more boys than girls buy comics. So it's natural that more boys are going to get into comics as professionals. And then it's natural that when you can become a professional, you eventually become an editor. So it's just one of those things. Well, come 2016-ish, Marvel has, or is it 2014? Anyways, around that time frame, Marvel had this big revamp. Instead of going like 80% guys and 20% women, this massive flip-flop of like 20% men and 80% women. And a lot of these girls were fresh out of college with no comic experience, and it got a lot of people going like, hey, what? It used to be really hard to get into, like, become a Marvel editor. Like, you had to, like, work at comics for decades and know your shit. And now you're just pulling people who don't know,
Better earn your stripes.
Yeah, they don't know Spider-Man from their a-hole. So it raised a lot of questions, which of course was responded to with, oh, you're just a misogynist. You hate women. And just like, oh, come on. So anyways, during all this, while people like Heather Antos were calling people like me, a misogynist and a bigot, they post this image of them all sucking on milkshakes and be like, oh, hey, make mine milkshake. To which a lot of people responded like, yeah, that's why your books suck, because you're not editing comics. You're just out there drinking milkshake, making fun of them. To which then they took it and escalated and cried about how much they're being hassled or harassed and all this stuff. And if you can go back today, you can see that tweet. There's no harassment. Like, there was a couple people poked fun of them, but they acted like people were sexually harassing them and all this stuff, and made all this up in arms. And then they, a few days later, came up with this narrative that the milkshakes were to celebrate the death of Flo, and that we were just a bunch of haters and being insensitive. And it was, first of all, a total lie, because not a single post, there's hundreds of posts in this thread on the Make Mine Milkshake, not a single one mentions Flo. Not a single one. So if you're celebrating the death of someone, right, and you're making a big post like, hey, make mine milkshake, you would think someone might be like, R.I.P. Flo, or something. So It was obviously this huge lie that they made. And they got called out on that too. And they went to court, no, you're just a bunch of bigots and you're harassing us. And no. And Heather Antos is one of the biggest crybabies about it. And she's the reason Zach, our boy, the artist formerly known as Diversity in Comics, I don't even know what he's called now, Comics Matters or something. He's the one that took the brunt of it, because he made a nasty comment about Heather Antos being a certain kind of dumpster. He did it, though, behind the scenes, in private. He didn't do it in public, but it got leaked out that he had said this, and oh my God, up in arms, and oh my God, we're just trying to celebrate the death of this lady and this bigot, this, woman hating. They called Zach everything, and to this day, it's been over a year. To this day, they still hound that. That's their holy grail, like their mountain that they die on, is this comment that Zach made, because they got nothing else. So that's a little history of Heather Antos, in case anyone is just like, I've heard the name before, but I don't know much of the detail.
She said she was leaving comics too.
Well, she got fired from Marvel.
She was saying she was leaving comics and she was going to go off and do other things.
Well, she got fired from Marvel, and she got a job at a online gaming company or something, like betting, like they do like the online poker, or something like that. So she tried to hide. She tried to deny that she got. Okay, so sorry, she allegedly got fired from Marvel. I don't have any proof of this. However, you don't just leave on a Wednesday from a company like Marvel Comics and then go work at some online betting agency, to which she lasted a couple weeks or something stupid. Mm-hmm. Right. And then it was like, I even tweeted, it's funny, I still have this, I got to show you sometime. You'll appreciate, I did a tweet to Heather, and I said to her, you need to go back to Marvel. And she liked it and responded like us, like, you totally didn't get it. I was basically calling her out on, you can't go back to Marvel. Like, if you weren't fired, you could go back to Marvel, right? Like, if you left on your own and you were this great editor that everyone talks, if you read the tweets oh, it's so great, Heather Antos is at Valiant, she's one of the best, da, da, da. Well, if she's that, she could have just got her job back at Marvel, right? but she can't because why wouldn't you not be able to get your job back? Because you got fired, right? So this narrative is crumbling, but she didn't I was challenging her and she didn't understand, so she liked it, and I just saved it. I was like, this is golden. Anyways, that's Heather Antos. That ran long. What's the next segment we have here? This Week in Comics. So This Week in Comics is about the comics that actually kind of we read or we bought last week. But since we're doing this a little bit late, because the idea was we're going to do the show on a Wednesday, and then the comics we got previous Wednesday before the new pull, what did we read? Like, is there anything that stood out to us? And then, the following week, we'll talk about the books we bought on the pull that day. So did you get any comics last week that stood out to you?
Let me look.
All right, while you're looking, I'll take the reins on this. Detective Comics 995.
Stop it with your detective already.
You're the one named Sgt Bats. Detective Comics 995 is the best comic book out right now. I will put my mark on this. And I say this because I read comics back in what I could call the golden age, is the mid 80s to mid 90s. And I know what some of the best comics ever written came out of that time frame, right? Dark Knight Returns, you got Watchmen, Marvels, you got the original Infinity Gauntlet. What do you got? Kingdom Come, or Kingdom Come was, I think, 97. But I mean, if you think about some of the best, most beloved comic books, all the great Frank Miller stuff, Born Again, Batman Year One, just all the best comic books came out of that era. And so I know what great comics are. And this is great comics. It's okay, I'm not going to put it quite on the level. It's not Batman Year One, but compared to what's coming out today, it is fantastic. So if you're a person that's just like, whatever, I forgot about Detective Comics, or I don't think DC is really that good, or whatever, you're wrong. Detective Comics is where it is at. And not only is it good, but they're on this build up to 1,000, which of course is going to get a lot of people's attention because it's a big milestone, right? Detective Comics 1,000. But this is a build up that's actually worth your attention anyway. And it's only on the second issue of Tomasi's new ongoing run. And I'm telling you, I choked up when I was reading this issue. When I did my review, I actually had to stop myself because I was choking up in the review. I don't know, Bats, you listened to my review. Did it come? Did you hear me? Or did I embarrass myself?
No, you were fine.
All right.
I like I said in my review, it's everyone got to this damn review before me. So,
which is sad because you get your books a day early.
I see that it.
You're a cheater.
What happened was I was sick, and I just didn't want to go to the comic book store. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. I'll just live with it. And it was like that one time where I should have just sucked it up and went to the store.
Yeah, especially since you read Batman 9 or Detective 994, right?
Yeah, but I was just like, it's the second issue. It's gonna be whatever. I was like, nothing. I was just I wasn't too concerned. Essentially,
that first issue was really good, man.
Yeah, I wasn't too concerned. I was like, oh yeah, I'll save Leslie. Everything will be fine. I was like,
spoiler alert, be careful what you're talking about here.
Yeah, and so based off the thumbnails, I was like, oh, well, shucks. Darn it. I was kind of upset about it. I was upset that I didn't get that moment.
That was the first book I read out of my pull because of 994. 994 was really good. I was
You
hoping
know,
that the next book
when
would
like
be.
2 weeks before, I was explaining to you in a comment who the hell Leslie was in the first place.
You're right. I don't know Batman's deep history. I'm kind of a
Yeah, so I was
normie
just
when it
like,
comes to Batman.
and so I was just like, okay, well, that happened. Like I hadn't read it, but just like from the thumbnails, I was like, oh, that they okay, yeah, it's just, they're leading to 1,000. They're gonna do something big, so this is where we gotta go. Um, so yeah, you're
Uh,
you're calling 995 on
It
Detective.
yeah, it's not even like so much of like what happened. It's how it happens and how it was told. There was moving moments. I mean, Bats, when was the last time you read a comic book and it like made you like tear up or like choke up or just be like, "Oh my goodness." Like I had to stop for a second. Like it was just really well told.
Yeah,
That's what got me. I mean, it was going from action scene to all of a sudden like sad scene, and you're just like feeling for the characters, and then all of a sudden the incident with um jeez, Alfred happens, and you're like, oh, what that happened? It just keeps you gripped. Like the comic was like gripping. That was, I guess, the best way I can put it. Gripping.
yeah. So I'm looking at last week's books, and I'm conflicted between two.
Well, you can talk about both. I mean, it's not like what's the best book. It's just something that so stood out to you that you want to kind of just talk about for a
So
few minutes.
Action 1006. I already did my review on it, so you can go and do that. But uh
You're just trolling me, I
January,
think.
huh?
You're just trolling me, I think.
Yeah. But really, what really stood out to me was the madness that is Heroes in Crisis #4.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Um, I I I, I haven't read it
Well,
because I I know it's stupid. Just it was like I've accepted the fact that I just don't care what happens because the book to me is so stupid that there's nothing that could happen in that book where I'm just like, like like finding out that like Leslie Topkins dies, where I was like, oh, damn it, YouTube. Damn it for like being subscribed to so many channels. Darn it. Like I should have been able to read that. I should have just accepted I needed to go to the comic store. But what really like bugged me was the fake outrage in Heroes in Crisis #4.
the fake outrage. Elaborate on that.
So I I have not been buying Heroes in Crisis. I read the first one, I bought the first one. I thought it was total trash. I ripped it in half and put it back in its bag and board and threw it in my box. Just like I have a few comics that are like just ripped in half and put back in a bag and board.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, he could not be more wrong. Issue 1 was a fantastic issue. Go ahead.
And so my buddy who owns the shop, he's like, you get Heroes in Crisis #4, right? I'm pulling your books. And I'm like, no, but I knew there was this fake outrage. So I was like, oh, I need to have it because I seen the page and I've talked about it before on one video. Um, I in my review of Heroes in Crisis #1, I roasted Clayman because Clayman is an amazing artist at like being the best at being boring.
Not in issue 1, he wasn't.
And it's no, she's the best at being boring. Like there, he's like, I can like draw better than anyone, but I'm not even gonna try to do anything cool with my art. It's just going to be so perfectly boring.
Well, you are right, actually, in Crisis. Since you haven't read Crisis #4, and that's your pick, I'll,
I've flipped through and looked at every page. I just don't care to
that's
read it because I know what happens.
The Scott Pilgrim response. I skimmed it.
Yeah, yeah, I skimmed it.
You got to read it.
No, like I read the page that's the outrage here and there. Like I read that part.
Oh, that's nonsense.
That and I bought that because I was like, this page is beautiful. Like this is a beautiful woman, and I say it here, and I said it on my video. She got some tiggle bitties, a nice muff, and a nice butt, and I was like, this is it's air quotes sexualized, but the scene is not sexualized because it's a girl or woman saying, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I was shot here and there. This is the entry wound, the exit wound. I was paralyzed, and it's only 3 words of dialogue, but it's like so powerful. Just the scene, just the 9-panel grid. It's like just like Clayman captures her emotion where she's like breathing in and then sighing, but there's no dialogue of the but you could see it in the artwork, and I was like, this page is so perfect. This page is so perfect, and these people are outraged because there's a hot woman in a superhero comic. Like superheroes are hot, whether they're a dude or a girl. Like that, like Zach says, it's a freaking visual medium. No one buys Faith because they're like, oh yeah, Faith is hot. Like I read Red Sonja because I'm like, ooh, boobs and sword. Like
Well, if
no one.
I gotta tell you, Frank Miller, if Frank Miller wrote Faith, I would buy it.
I suppose there's an exceptions, right? If Chuck Dixon came in and was like, hey, I'm writing Faith, I'd be like, I'm very intrigued by this.
I think Faith is a horrible, horrible concept. I don't know what they're doing on that, but I think if a book is written really well, it can transcend. I know what you're saying. Like, comics is a visual medium, and when I started buying comics, it's because I looked at the cover and it looked a badass. Like I want my comics to look badass, and some people want their comics to be sexy. And I think it's stupid to criticize one gender for being sexy because it's not like the males have not been drawn. It's not like the males have had dad bods for 80 years when they just drew women all like sexy. Like all the guys are wearing skin tight outfits with abs rippling and muscles. Like I'm not a woman, but I imagine if I was a woman and I appreciated the male body, I would find that, appealing. It's like I don't
even my best friend, he's a bodybuilder, and he reads a comic and he's like, man, look at Superman. Like I've told you before, I buy Superman for my best friend, and he, I collect it for him. I buy it, I read it for myself, and then I give him the comic. But he's a bodybuilder, and he reads Superman and he looks at him and he's like, oh, look at him, he looks friggin' ripped right here.
Right.
He's a dude. He looks at Superman as almost, he's another not just be a good person, do the right thing, but he looks at him and he's like inspired by his physique as well. So it's like, and why does anyone even work out in the first place? Is they want to be healthy and they want to look good because humans are vain. And like when it comes to superheroes, I want them to look good, whether it's a girl or a guy. Like, so when I see Barbara Gordon, I'm really into redheads. It's my thing. Starfire, Red Sonja, Batgirl. I just like redheads. So I saw the Batgirl image and I was like, ooh, I have to have #4 just for that page. One, the fake outrage, and it's like it's a really important moment for Barbara, and to like her to express her feelings to a robot. I guess it's a stupid concept. So
Yeah, I gotta say, so I mean, the outrage I think is retarded. It's, I did a review on this book. I actually did read the book. You can watch my review, Bats,
I did.
to get the
You did.
story.
You spoiled the whole book for me because I didn't plan on reading it.
Well, there's not much to spoil, unfortunately, and I was a big proponent of this book. Like, the first issue is seriously one of the best comics of 2018 as far as the single issue goes.
Your first issue review was telling the audience how I was wrong the entire time.
You were wrong. You were. I wish you would come around and be like, I was wrong. Ash showed me the light. But you even admitted the reason you didn't like it, though, was subjective, not because of quality of the book. You just did not like the direction they took the characters and what the story was telling you, which
Yeah,
I address.
My video is called Tom King Hates DC, and I hate Tom King.
So what I point out is I'm okay with Heroes in Crisis doing what it does because it's not. I mean, it's part of the continuity, but it's not like this mega crossover event. It's not invading. Excuse me. It's not invading other books, right? So like you don't go read into Batman and you're like, oh god, it's Heroes in Crisis stuff that I don't want. Like you read Batman, he's doing his thing, right? And you read Superman, he's doing his thing. You read Heroes in Crisis, and it feels like a separate, contained story.
Not for me.
Hold on. That you can choose to engage in or choose not to engage in, right? So if you're like yourself, if you're a Sgt Bats and you go, this is terrible, I don't want to see these type of stories, you can tune out. And then you can read all the rest of the books and it won't really affect you. But if you're someone like me who goes, oh, I do kind of want to see this type of story, I can engage, right? So I that's why I appreciate it, because it doesn't force itself on you. You know what I'm saying? Like some stories, it's like you can't help it. Like, oh, we're gonna come into your books that you love, and we're gonna, like Secret Empire, right? In Marvel, you can't just ignore it and read Captain America and be cool, right?
Well, they did it with like I really like the street level heroes with Marvel, so I'm a big Iron Fist fan. And so when there's like an Iron Fist book or Heroes for Hire book, I get it. And the Civil War II thing was happening in the Heroes for Hire book, and the whole time they were talking about, hey, we don't want to get involved. We don't want to get involved. Which was, I think, almost metatextual for the writer being like, hey, I don't want to be telling this story. I just want to do the Heroes for Hire. The guy has a freaking hard hand, and this guy has got hard skin. I just don't care about your freaking Minority Report with Inhumans. Like, oh, but it's my job. I got to tell the story because I got to get my paycheck, and that's how that felt. And I was like, like just do the Heroes for Hire book. But when you're saying with Heroes in Crisis, oh, it didn't invade other books. You see, it did, because I was, I read a lot of DC, and the end of the Flash War storyline is that Wally West goes, he has this big battle with Barry Allen, and the end of the book is him admitting that he was wrong and he needs help, and so now he's going to Sanctuary. That's the end of the Flash War. The last issue, I think it was Red Hood and the Outlaws, annual number 2, I believe it was, right before it became Red Hood the Outlaw, where they changed his costume. It was the last story with Roy.
You mean Red Hood, the Edgelord?
Yeah, the Edgelord, right? But there was the last story with Arsenal, where Arsenal, he's talking about his personal problems with, drug abuse and, like being a superhero. And he goes, I got to go to this place. It's, and they mention the sanctuary. And then in the inner monologue of Jason Todd, he's talking about Godspeed, Arsenal, you're my good friend. I hope to see you again. I was like, oh, they're going to kill him. He's the one who's going to die. He's the least important character
Good
of,
riddance.
and then when they like pretty much the two stories that like kind of led into Heroes for Crisis was the two characters they killed. And it was like, and they killed them off camera. And me being a, you know, big fan of legacy heroes and sidekicks, you essentially killed the Nightwings of Flash and Green Arrow. It's like, oh, like, and then like literally they do Heroes in Crisis issue #1, and then the next issue, next piece of written material from Tom King. Oh, here we go. We shoot Nightwing in the head. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, stop it. Stop doing the thing that you're doing because you're pissing me off. You're killing and injuring the characters that I care the most about. Like, stop it.
Yeah, no, I can understand that.
Like,
I'm okay
Tom
with
King
characters.
is essentially like this is in Dan DiDio, the guy who is the president, the boss of DC. He has said, I hate legacy characters. So when you say that, I hear him say it in his goofy freaking hot dog vending
I hate legacy characters.
New York accent, like, oh, I hate, like he's got marbles in his mouth, New York accent. Like, I hear that, and it's because Dan DiDio has always tried to be Marvel. And it's like, dude, you're not Marvel. Stop trying to be Marvel. When Metal ended and they were like, we're doing the new age of heroes. That was Dan DiDio coming back to DC, taking over the reins from Jeff Johns and making a freaking Marvel imprint. And it's just like, oh, stop it. Stop trying to be the company you're not. Be the company you are. Tell freaking stories that with multiple Earths and crises and legacy characters. That's who you are. Stop trying to be those guys, because those guys right now suck. So you're gonna go down the road of suck too if you try to be them. Be you. And that's how I feel, because it's like it's when, like, you ever had that friend who starts picking up your mannerisms and like your style, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, why are you doing that? Stop trying to be me, because I'm the best at being me. And that's how I feel with DC, like doing this Heroes in Crisis. Like, DC is a company about heroes that are like gods with human complexes, where Marvel's the opposite. They're it's stop. It's like, it drives me nuts. Like, don't Superman is above human things like PTSD. Wonder Woman is above having PTSD. Batman, even though he's human in that group, he's above having PTSD. Like, it's so, I don't want those types of stories. And so that's why it's why when I read these things, I'm like, Tom King hates DC Comics. He doesn't like I'm sorry, Ash, but you are not qualified to write DC Comics because you don't love that company.
Hey, man, I'm falling in love with DC Comics.
That's good, but you gotta accept the things that are a part of DC Comics, and you gotta commit to the bit.
Well, here's the thing. If I were to write DC Comics, I would, first of all, do a lot of research. But second of all, editors. This is one of the reasons editors exist. Editors are a wealth of knowledge, and you can't expect every writer to just know the entire history. Even, it's just ridiculous. And we need better editors that can step in and go, no, this isn't how that happened, and let me help you adjust the storyline to fit the continuity, and make sense. And if that were happening, we wouldn't be seeing these problems.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit that next, because I know this is really long because we're just effing around, but the next thing we were talking about is YouTube. Is there any? So this segment is what are you watching on YouTube, is for basically YouTubers that maybe do something comic related that you kind of just want to share with someone else and say, hey, I watched this video. They did a really either you just really like their content in general, and you just kind of want to say, hey, Ash does the best channel ever. Like, obviously I don't, but and you just or people know about the channel, but you just saw something like special, like, yeah, I know everyone knows EVS, but this one video that he did, you gotta watch, like, and here's why. So what rings out to you, something on YouTube? Is there anything you've been watching, like, in the past week or so that you want to share?
So I discovered a channel. He's let's see, I just saw once he got 52 views in 4 days for Detective 995. His comic book channel is Comic Boom. He's probably in his mid to late 40s, maybe early 50s. He's got 363 subscribers, and he's got, oh my goodness, yeah, it's Comic Boom. He I'm not sure if you would classify him as Comics Gate, but what I've noticed is he does kind of have the the ideas. They're there. Like, he likes a lot of things that the majority of us enjoy. He's kind of got this intensity. You wouldn't want to like you remember like how Henry Rollins was in the 90s?
Henry Rollins, yeah.
That's who he reminds me of.
I
He reminds me of like the comic book version of him. Like, where he's got this like really like stern, straightforward, don't F with me kind of personality. And then, yeah, that's like,
I got him on the screen right now, as you're talking about him.
oh cool, yeah.
So go on. Like, is there a particular video like I should start watching? I've never heard of this guy.
He did a review on, because I did a review of Freedom Fighters, and to be honest, I didn't really care for it. It wasn't what I was expecting from Robert Venditti, and he kind of had a little bit of a similar view on it as I did, but he got a little more specific. Like I didn't quite conduct what I wanted to say in my video, where he really like got it, and I was
Right.
like, yeah, that was my problems with. I'm not coming back for issue 2 of Freedom Fighters. I'm not.
You're not.
It
All
did.
right.
No, it didn't capture me enough to want to spend another $4 to DC.
But Bendis does.
But see, Freedom Fighters, Bendis just happens to be writing books of characters that I will always buy.
Ah, I see. Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, sometimes
Like,
you'll tolerate worse writing, but it's a character you love.
Yeah, like I love Tim Drake and Connor Kent and Impulse, and if Venditti was writing Young Justice, it wouldn't because I'm there for Venditti. I'm there for Young Justice. I came to Freedom Fighters for Venditti, and I wasn't. I was like, I already got Hawkman. Hawkman's dope enough. I don't need anything else. I'm fine. So, yeah, I say check out Comics Boom. Comic Boom.
All right, I got them up there on the screen. Everyone can see what to go. I don't have. I don't really have one.
Another one I would say is Robert Willing.
Oh yeah, I watch his shows. I don't necessarily have one of his to like pick out. I was trying to think of something that's really kind of, I know that there's one like out there, like, and I should have wrote this down because I was ready to criticize you for not writing it down. But I know that there was like a video that I was like, oh yeah, that was a good one. That had something to say, and I just can't hate you. But I guess I'll pick this one. For those of you who haven't listened to Sweetcast, he's kind of a new YouTuber who's like really blowing up, and get his videos up here. He did this video on Marvel Comics. Marvel Comics new editor hates you already, and it's about Jordan D. White's promotion. And he's already off the bat blocking people, and you probably can see on the screen here. Sweetcast is really good video producer. He's got a really mild-mannered voice. He approaches things with a really level head. He's Comicsgate, but he's not like incendiary. He's even more mild than like Zach is. He tries to take everything logically and fairly, and he's not out to like attack people. He really wants just people to understand and get along. But he does this video on Jordan D. White, and obviously he's like, you see here on the videos, like he's blocking people and stuff, and it's just what's wrong. And he has a way of putting things into perspective that make you think. And I like what he does, and I like it. I think I really like when he does these kind of videos. He's got a good insight to just sociology and psychology and just what makes people tick. So this would be a guy I would say check out if you're looking for anyone on YouTube that is doing comic stuff. And I always have to say this all warily because I want to like redirect people to like talent that's better than me. It's like, don't watch.
I just think that like my reviews, I'm like, "Ooh, this is good. The boobs and the sword," and like, yes.
Well, some people are like you though, so you've got a voice that it's going to speak to those people, and hopefully doing this show together.
See my review on the Red Sonja holiday special?
No, I don't like Red Sonja, so I tend to not watch your videos on that. But
and watch it because I'm like, oh, this really brought out the Christmas spirit in me. I'm like, but look at the boobs. And I'm like over here, I'm like, yes, Jesus and boobs. It's so like one thing is not like the other all at the same time. It's like,
oh boy, totally derailed on that one.
Yeah, like, how can you not like Red Sonja? That's just crazy.
Okay, I don't dislike Red Sonja. She just doesn't appeal to me. And you talk about how like you're not into sword and sorcery. So I am into sword and sorcery. And like one of my pet peeves is this concept called the chainmail bikini, which in like fantasy circles, it's a well-known trope of just taking hot chicks scantily clad in like chainmail bikinis and like stuff that just, dudes wore chainmail for a reason, to like stop swords. Like if you're just gonna cover your private area, it's just stupid. And yes, it does look sexy. And if you're just gonna show me a pinup of a girl in a chainmail bikini, okay, I'll look at it, like, sure. But I don't want to read story. Like, I just waste my time. To me, it's just silly, right? So I want to read something. I want to buy into it. I want to believe it. So the idea of Red Sonja just to me has always seemed ridiculous. So I'm like, whatever. But I don't hate her. I'm not like, oh, you like Red Sonja? That's stupid. Like, I'm just like, whatever. It doesn't appeal to me. Not my cup of tea. And I don't read Conan either. Remember, I told you about this before. So I know she's not a female Conan, but she's kind of in that vein. So, yeah, that's the story of that. Moving along in our exacerbatedly long cast here. Comic club. So we got a couple of people hanging out in chat still, and thank you for having no lives like us and listening to us blather on. One of the things we wanted to start a series on, we got this idea of, like people are involved in book clubs. I'm sure you guys all know what book clubs are, where like someone picks a book and you get together, like you read the book and then you come back in the next meeting, usually like once a month or something, and you meet and then you like all discuss the book. So we got the ideas like, what do I want to do? That something similar with like comics, like picking some classic tale, of comics that we feel like are one of those types of stories that like, oh, everyone should kind of read this. This is like was an exceptional book, or something just different, or something that stands out for whatever reason. Pick it, read it, come back the next week and discuss the book. And did we like it? Did we hate it? What was cool about it? And then also like involve something that would involve the audience, something that would get more participation with that. I just kind of something I want to do more. Watchmen, something. A lot of streams don't invest in the audience too much, and I kind of wanted to have us be something a little different in that respect. So that was one of the anchors of our program ideas. So Watchmen is a good pick, I would say. I don't think it's something I would want to do early on. I'd like to develop the program, get it firing.
I like being happy, and Watchmen is freaking depressing. And if I got to read 12 issues of Watchmen in a week, I may not be alive.
Gee, you might actually like learn something about comics, and then.
Oh, stop it! You literally have never read Watchmen.
So, yeah, Watchmen I think would be that's just such a sophisticated book, right? Like, and it's such like an all-time classic that I feel that if we do that book, we should be firing on all cylinders, right? Like the first couple of books we pick should be something super simple. Hush. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, Hush.
Is Hush simple? Hush is a pretty big series, isn't it? Isn't it 12 issues?
It's a 12-issue freaking Jim Lee book.
Yeah, but it's 12 issues.
There's not a single Jim Lee book ever that's been complex and interesting on the level of Watchmen. It's like, hey, look at this buff guy and this hot chick, and they're fighting bad guys. That's Jim Lee.
You say that as if there were other comics that have been on the level of Watchmen.
There has. It's called freaking Swamp Thing.
Okay. So I was thinking of something like, an easier trade, something that would be accessible to an audience, like, they could get easily, maybe like, like a 5 or 6 issue run of something, or a graphic novel, something that's not 300 pages.
Hmm.
We have time to
Are
think.
we?
We have time to think about it because since this isn't like an official run, I don't think
Yeah.
we could even really start this time. I think we next week when we do this, we'll make it official, and then the following week we'll discuss the book and introduce a new book on top of that.
Sure.
So those of you listening, so the goal is, and everyone's picking like all time classic books. I get it. Like that's cool. What we're looking for in this actually though is not something that like everyone's read. We're looking for the books that people don't read, like the little gems that you were like, oh, this is a book no one ever really talks about. It's kind of like, but it's good. It's got some merit and value to it, and we can read it. If we say Watchmen, it's going to be one of those things. It's like, okay, everyone's read it. So most people may not have read it in a long time, so you have to go read it again, and then you're getting into discussion about it. And it's one of those books that have been like just people have done college theses on it. You know, it's like you're really kind of getting in. At least I'm getting in over my head. It's. I want to. I was thinking of like picking like something, you know, just fun, just something, you know, like a good fun ride that is going to be mass appeal, but not necessarily like, oh, this is the best comic I ever read, and also not, you know, something terrible. Fables or Hellblazer, Melissa suggests. Does Hellblazer have anything like recent, or are you just talking about the old Hellblazer?
I have a suggestion.
Go what? What's up?
It's Gotham Central.
Gotham Central. I don't know anything about it. That's
So
exactly kind of something I'm looking for, right? Is something I'm like, oh, I don't know
yeah,
anything about
so
it.
it's written by Ed Brubaker and Greg Rucka, and it's about the Gotham Police Department who try to solve crimes before Batman does it. So
Hmm.
it's more of a crime, you know, you know, noir kind of style, pulp fictiony style book.
All right. Well, another thing is it should be accessible, right?
It
So,
is. It's on Comics Unlimited.
oh, is it unlimited?
Yeah.
That makes it
I'm
more.
I'm I'm kind of scrolling through it right now as we talk.
DC's got a big sale right now on on Comixology.
Well, it's on Comics on, it's the in the unlimited package.
Well, yeah, but people have to subscribe to the unlimited. It's not like it's just everyone gets it.
Well, yeah.
So people may not want to subscribe. So if it's a book that's on sale, um, oh wait, uh, that's not what I want to look at.
I also haven't read it in probably like 10, 12 years. So I'm like, oh, yeah, it's that one. I remember really liking it. And so I'm like intrigued whether I still like it or not since I know Greg Rucka went off the deep end.
Oh, this is really cool. Since I have Comixology Unlimited, and since DC is now on Comixology Unlimited, my Comixology Unlimited discount applies to DC, which I wasn't getting before. Because if you subscribe to Comixology, not only do you get the books that you can sort of
Mhm.
like check out and read anytime you want, but you also get like a 15% discount on your purchases for any publisher that is part of the unlimited thing. And DC was this long time holdout, so I didn't get a discount, but now I get 15% off.
Oh yeah.
Not that anyone
Here's
cares.
here's another one that's it's a 7 issue miniseries by Jeff Johns and David Finch called Forever Evil. It was kind of the big and only event that happened at during New 52. That was kind of a big crossover event, but it's like fun and exciting as well.
Okay. We'll write that one down. We'll put that in a nomination.
Okay, Forever Evil.
I'm going through the DC sale right now. Everything's all related to Young Justice. It's a Young Justice sale.
It's good stuff there. That David Nauk, or however you say that dude's name. Nauk.
Robin Year One.
Ooh, I love that book.
I'm
Chuck
sure you
Dixon,
do.
Chuck Dixon and Scott Beatty, bro. Good stuff right there. Does it come with a Batgirl one too? Is
Uh,
it the combo pack?
no.
Oh, okay. That's another thing. You haven't read Chuck Dixon's Dick Grayson. See, you got this like this biasy of like, I don't like Robin. That's because you've never read good Robin.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, right, I was telling you before about Faith. Like, if it's written well, I'm gonna enjoy a good story. My thing about Robin is I don't like the concept of Robin. So you could give me a badass story with Robin, and I would say, okay, that was enjoyable. But it's still gonna plateau at the level where I just don't like the concept of Robin. You got to find a way to like sell me on this dark, crusading, brooding, lonely man that essentially has no one in his life but his butler, who picks up a teenage boy and throws Speedos on him and runs around in the city, and he's got no parent. Like, it's just so weird and creepy, and just I'm just like,
See, you're putting this weird condensate or you're putting this weird like you're looking at the costume and you're just like you're
I can't
you're
help it. It's
kind
a
of
visual
you're
medium.
yeah, sure, you're looking at the costume and going, they're sexualizing this teenage boy, and it's like,
No, I
well,
don't. I never actually thought like that, but it doesn't detract from the fact that it did feel um, creepy to me. It just didn't feel right. I was just like, this doesn't feel right. And it's also, I don't like the idea of this grown man is, Bruce Wayne, and like taking this child and like throwing him into danger. The idea of children crime fighters really bothers me. Like, I just, it's one of the things I talked about when I talked about My Hero Mac. We're gonna go off on a huge tangent right now. I don't mean to, but My Hero Academia. One of the things I love about that show, the anime, and I'm starting to read the manga, is how they approach the idea of having teenage superheroes and making it make sense. Like, because they aren't actually superheroes. They're not actually going out and fighting crime, but crime comes to them. They are going to a school to learn to become superheroes, and villains come to them, and they're forced to sort of defend themselves. And like one part of the story, they actually like fight some supervillains, and like they get in trouble with the police because they like broke the law because they're not official superheroes. They're not allowed to use their powers. So like the police are just like, we could arrest, like, and it's really cool way of taking it, making me as an audience go, oh, well, okay, this makes sense. You took kids and threw them into superhero situations in a way that I can digest and not just cringe and go, this is dumb. When I look at Teen Titans and I see Damian running around as a 12-year-old ordering around this team and they're fighting like, it's just, to me, I'm like, stupid. This is stupid. But that's, I can't get over that.
It looks like I own Batgirl / Robin Year One in my comicsology. I guess I bought that at some point.
All right. Well, if you think that would be a suitable, I haven't read it, so I can't nominate it. If you think that's suitable for what we're looking for, let's put that on the nomination.
I mean, Robin Year One is definitely a fun, easy read. Like, I nominate anything by Chuck Dixon.
Well, let's try to be a little more selective, Mr. Fanboy over here.
Like Chuck Dixon could take a dump on a piece of paper and it'd be a better read than freaking most of the Marvel books.
Probably both Superman books too.
Sure, why not?
Yes, Melissa. Melissa knows the greatness of My Hero. Did I ever talk to you about My Hero? Do you like?
Yeah, I am currently ish episode 30 something, somewhere around there.
Oh yeah.
I'm at the part where they gotta fight, like, what's his name? Bakugan? Is that as he say his name? Bakchan?
Bakugo.
Bakugo? Uh Hidoria and Bakugo have to team up to fight All Might. That's the episode I'm going into now.
Oh, okay. So they're at the finals. They're doing their finals testing.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that was some pretty good stuff. Yeah, there's so much good character development in that. Wait, tell me when you hit episode 50. It's either 50 or 51. Because you're a big Superman fan, and which I appreciate because I'm becoming a huge Superman fan. Well, I was always a Superman fan. I just didn't think comic books did him justice. That was my problem. But the concept of Superman I love. And I love for the same a lot of the similar reasons you talk about, like what you praise Bendis is doing. I find myself, I'm like, well, I agree with you. I like that too. You know, like showing his patience and everything like that. Like those are great things, and it's a good thing to know how to tell in a Superman story. There's other aspects of Superman too that I love, and it's the great sacrifice that he makes. That a lot of people don't really consider. They just go, oh, he's just a god. He can do whatever. And it's like, yeah. And he chooses to do good with it. You know, like he could do whatever he wants, and he chooses to be a dorky reporter that gets shit on all the time and help people all the time and not have a life. Like, no one lives up to that ideal. Like, and I just like that about him, and I like that the sacrifice that he makes is what makes him a hero to me. And there's an episode in My Hero Academia, I think, as you can kind of tell, All Might is a Superman kind of homage in a way.
I thought he was Donald Trump.
No, that's Wall Might. You're reading the wrong book. But there's some parallels, I guess we could say, that to Wall Might. I just said Wall Might, to All Might and Superman. And the parts where All Might differs from Superman, you see those qualities in young Midoriya. And so one of the things I love about that series, I mean, there's a lot of things I like about that series, but I love the hero character journey that Midoriya is on. And there's a part of the series that just culminates around, I think it's 50 or 51. I don't want to spoil anything for you. But I was just like it just hit me in the gut. I was like, oh, holy shit.
I have another nomination.
What's that?
Titans Volume 1 of Rebirth. It's also available on Comixology Unlimited.
All right, write that down. I'm gonna trust you to write all this down. We'll get back to it later. That's something I would be willing to. That's one of the few Rebirth titles I haven't read at all or looked into.
And this would also
and I hate
show
Titans.
you how much I hate Tom King.
Wait. I don't want to pick a book that. Is it written by Tom King?
No, it's not written by Tom King. But the characters in it are so. It's written by Dan Abnett. So.
Okay, he's good.
Dan Abnett really loves the DC universe and the characters, and you could see he's a fan of those characters. So when you get to something like Heroes in Crisis or Batman number 55, you're like, oh my goodness, Tom King hates DC. Like, like,
I don't know if Tom King hates DC, but I think he's got a fundamentally different view. I think he's kind of like Bendis in the sense that he came into DC not really understanding it, and so he's projecting a lot of his own ideas rather than trying to come in and learn DC's ideas and then tell DC stories. Um, I like Tom King as a storyteller. That first run, that first arc on Batman is awesome. I loved that storyline. Like I said, the first issue of Heroes in Crisis is fantastic, and I know you hate it, but I think it's because of personal reasons, not because it's bad storytelling. I think if those were generic characters that you weren't invested in, and you're like, oh, it's this Valiant characters, I don't know anything about them or something, I think you would see it the way I'm seeing it and just.
yeah, but all the characters in it, I'm really invested in.
I get it,
I'm
but what I'm saying
invested
is
in
I think
Booster
that's
Gold.
clouding
invested
your vision of the. You're not allowing yourself to appreciate the story because of that bias. Is what I'm thinking.
I think the story is stupid.
Well,
I think the concept is stupid.
we have to. Overall, you may end up being right. Like I've been less impressed with issues 2, 3, and 4. 4, I think, is the worst issue so far. So I'm kind of like, is this going to be another Mr. Miracle where it like starts off amazing and then just is bleh?
When I look at Heroes in Crisis, I see it as Tom King read Identity Crisis and was like, oh, I want to capture that tone. And he does not have the ability to capture that tone because he does not love the characters that he's writing. He just kind of like, if you follow Tom King's Twitter timeline, he used to like post a lot of pictures of like action figures, and he would be like, coming up in Batman, and it's like a picture of like a Catwoman at Batman figure in like a, you know, insert villain here, and you're like, oh, so gonna he's gonna be telling a Batman, Catwoman, and Bane story, like, and then he did that, and then he had to like he posted a picture. It was like, coming up in a future DC story, and it was a friggin' action figure of Booster Gold and Harley, and I was like, what? Like, like, and then, oh, here it is, Heroes in Crisis. I'm like, and he tried to capture something with Identity Crisis was really controversial in 2003 and 4 for doing things that were, like killing off this character and doing this to this character, changing this over here. And it was really controversial to DC fans, but he was taking certain stories from certain eras and adding to it, where Tom King's not adding anything to anyone's character or past storylines. He's just kind of throwing shit at the wall and watching it slide down in a smear. Like, and there's nothing he's gonna add to Booster Gold by potentially making him a mass murderer. There's no adding to that character that way.
Well, there's some definitely validity in that comment. I can't really disagree per se. However, since you haven't read issue 4, I will tell you I don't think I said this in my review. One of the best parts of that issue was the Booster Gold part, and specifically the Booster Gold part with Blue Beetle. And it honestly has made me like I finished that issue and I'm like, this issue's kind of boring, kind of dull. But the few pages that involved Booster and Beetle was like, oh, I want to read more about these guys. Like, as I gotta find some,
Justice League International. There's your answer. Sorry.
Didn't they like have like a team up book though? It wasn't like a Blue and Gold or something.
There was a 3 or 4 part miniseries called Blue and Gold, but the stories that you're looking for, where they're like, bros before hoes kind of guys, where they're like, like
it was bros before heroes.
Yeah, like whatever, like those stories are in Justice League International.
Okay.
And Justice League International was basically rebranding, soft rebooting a Justice League book because DC didn't know what to do with Justice League. And so they made it this kind of sitcom book. So it has these like, everyone's silly jagoffs. And then Batman is the serious one. So Batman's the funniest because he's surrounded by idiots. Does that make sense?
Right.
So like the things that Batman does is just like more entertaining because he's still freaking Batman. But then there you got like Booster and Beetle and like, Fire and Ice and like, you got all these like C and D string idiots with Batman. So it's very DC, but it's also kind of like, it's kind of something you gotta be able to appreciate. Like.
Now watch your mic. You got a lot of static.
Oh, okay. Is it better?
I don't know. You just like sound like you're rubbing it against something.
Still?
Well, it's fine when you're not rubbing it against something.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm like holding my phone.
It's like, all right. Well, that doesn't sound like
Justice League International is kind of like, it's like deep cuts for DC fans,
Oh, hey, I got a book to add to the list.
Okay.
Have you ever read The Adventures of Captain America, Sentinel of Liberty?
I haven't, but I'm aware of it.
It's on the screen right now.
I'm not looking at my computer's across the room.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. This book is utterly freaking fantastic. I thought Captain America was the dumbest character ever when I was growing up. I was like a big Marvel fanboy, but I thought Captain America, I was like some dude running around with a shield. Lame.
It's funny how much you dislike characters that I really like at Marvel.
No, I changed my mind. I mean, I was a teenager that had prejudice. Like I judged him by the cover, right? But and my stepfather was a big comic guy and stuff, and he was a lover of Captain America, and he got these books, and he's like, read these. And I was like, I don't want to read these. And if you look, you can't see. But the art is by Kevin McGuire. I don't know if you know Kevin McGuire, just
I do,
by knowledge. Yeah. He's not really like the kind of artist that, especially the 80s and 90s where it was all like edgelord or like, pinup type, Silvestri, Jim Lee, that style of art, is all the scene. Like Mark McGuire's all like soft, no muscle definition and just really old timey looking. So I was like, what? I thought this looks so dumb. And like on the cover, it's got Bucky, and he looks. If there's a character dumber than Robin, it's Bucky. And so I was everything going against this book. And then I picked it up, and I was like, he's like, read it. And I was like, oh, all right. So I like read it, and I couldn't put it down. And it's like 4 like deluxe style issues, like Dark Knight Returns was the thick.
No, yeah.
And
Prestige.
Prestige format. And it is to me it's the definitive Captain America story. It's like the Captain America year 1. It's got it all. It's so perfect. It's so good. And it's one of these books that most people haven't read because it doesn't look cool. Like you just go, oh, whatever. Like it's one of these books that is like slipped through time and just people just for whatever reason don't, even people that are like, oh, I love Captain America, and like, did you read this book? No. And it's like, I don't blame them because it never reached that stratospheric popularity like Dark Knight or anything. It's not one of those books that everyone talks about, but believe you me, it's that good. So you gotta write that on the list.
Okay.
I hope you're writing this down.
I'm not.
You bastard.
I'm laying in my bed like an idiot.
What a
All right, here,
freaking lazy ass.
Hold on.
Hey folks, we put on the greatest show ever. We pull out all the stops to give you no frills here. We're just rambling at this point. It was way beyond our normal length. I think we were aiming for like a 90-minute. Melissa suggests a ton of like all-time classic stuff, except for the Smallville season 11 comic. That's a out of left field suggestion.
That I'm not doing.
Hey, this would be a good one. Batman Mad Love.
Oh.
Have you read it?
I was telling you about this on our phone call the other day, that I was going through my collection and I was surprised I had it, let alone signed by Paul Dini.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, but have you read it?
Yeah, of course I have.
Okay. I don't know. You surprised me before.
Harley Quinn sucks her way through college. That's what it is.
Well, I haven't read it, and I hear it's the definitive, like, Harley Quinn, Joker book. So, and I kind of wanted. That's kind of the thing too. I think ideally it'd be awesome if we could find something that you and I haven't read. That's going to be more difficult until we get more fan support, but if it's stuff we've already read, we're just, like, I want to discover, like, I want to, like, be like, oh, we don't know. And then next week we come back and, like, oh, talk about something new that we read. Melissa, the Chris Claremont X-Men run would take, like, every show forever going forward. It's like 17 years, not counting the years that he came back. Way too long.
Hey, I just realized I have read some Chris Claremont X-Men. It's called Extreme X-Men, and it was crap.
Yeah, I didn't read the Chris Claremont when he came back stuff. But Marvel editing, like, went down the tubes. So.
Manga essential Let's see. Let's look at the essential graphic novels.
Try not to look for things that are like no offense to Melissa, but things like she's like listing like all like the greats, it's like the Hall of Fame of comics. Like, here we go. Like, everyone's read that stuff. I think the idea is to find things we haven't read, which of course
Yeah.
is harder because we don't know, you know. Um,
like, have you ever read Mouse Guard?
no.
It's like ridiculously good because the art is like so beautiful, and it's kind of like Mouse Guard is it's Game of Thrones meet mice.
Huh.
So it's like, and it's like it's fantasy, but it's like there's some beautiful imagery in it. Like if you can look it up and see what I'm talking about. Um,
I've seen it before. I'm familiar with its existence.
okay,
I
you're
just haven't read it. Um,
Why the Last Man is a really good one, but this is like I know it's good because I've read it.
I read like the first couple issues of Why the Last Man. It's all right. Um, my my disagreement with that would be sort of that it's like one of those like ongoing endless sagas, right?
Hmm.
It'd be nice to like read something more contained. Um, and something.
They mentioned Fables. That's available. Volume 1 is available on on.
Yeah, Fables is something I've never read. I hear a lot of people
I've read the first volume like 3 times.
that good, huh?
No, it's just like I got someone else into it like over the years because I'm like it's kind of like that book you can like give to normies or like especially girls if you're
All
trying to get a
right.
girl into comics, like because it's like yeah, like Snow White's an accountant and like it's like stupid crap like that. And so like they're like, "Oh, you've read it?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I haven't read it in years, but if you'll read it, yeah, like like I'll reread it again so we can talk about it." And so that's how it happened. I read it once for my own being, and then like 2 other times over the last like 10 years to like converse with my normie friends who are trying to get into comics. Like
You sly dog. Trying to get to the ladies with comic books.
it did no, like it didn't work. It like worked vaguely, but then I was like, I was already dating that person, so it didn't even matter. And she's like, I'm not into reading these things. Like, I can't. I'm like, all right, fine. Like, I tried. Ex Machina is another really good one. It's also available.
I don't know anything about Ex Machina.
Ex Machina is about a guy who gets a superpower where he can talk to machines. In a machine counts as anything with moving parts, so even a bicycle counts as a machine. So you know how like Aquaman can like talk to fish and control fish?
Uh huh.
It's like that level where he can like communicate with like machines and control them. And so he's actually like really into comics. So he becomes a superhero and that fails for him because it wouldn't work in like reality, So,
Right.
and it takes place like he gets superpowers in like 98, and then like he's pretty much a failing superhero in New York City until a fateful day of September 2011 or 2001. And so he stops the second plane. So we're living in his world is in post 9/11 world, but only one tower went down.
Huh.
And then because then his failing superhero career boost him into like mega celebrity, and then he runs for mayor of New York and wins.
Okay.
But it's like a freaking it's also like 6 hardcovers slash 12 soft cover series.
Yeah, that's long. I want to keep it accessible,
Yeah.
especially at the
It,
beginning stuff. Like, just
yeah,
I
it's
want it
really good. Like
the
that's a
the
series.
the more sophisticated, the more complex, the more niche something is, the less likely you're going to get people to like participate and read it.
Yeah.
So especially for like the beginning ones, we need to pick something that's like super normy, like accessible, like what was suggested was like Superman, All Star Superman, but I think that's long.
It's too graphic. It's 12 issues and it is kind of niche because it's Grant Morrison.
Oh, well, but I was just thinking because it's Superman.
Yeah. I mean, I recommend Hush if you're going to be normie. Like to me like
Well, yeah, but
that
like that's like the book everyone's read, right? It's like, why don't you suggest Long Halloween too while you're at it? Is
love Long Halloween.
But I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying, like the idea is, I think, to pick things that not everyone's read. Hey, let's all go read these comics that we've all read. Like ideally, like it'd be an idea is to like expose people to new comics. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though I
Mm.
hate Teen Titans, the fact that you suggested Teen Titans Rebirth, like first thing, I was like, oh, that kind of makes like,
So not teen, just Titans.
okay, whatever, Titans. They are the Teen Titans until they change their name.
No, we'll see. The Rebirth, they had two different Titans books. There was the Teen Titans, which is the Damian team.
I know, but the only reason they're not okay, the only reason the Teen Titans aren't the Teen Titans is because they came up with another Teen Titans team of even younger Titans and
No,
just
they're
said
older.
we're the
That's why
Titans
they're
now.
not Teen Titans. They're the Titans.
You're not hearing me. Nothing changed between the Titans and the Teen Titans other than they introduced a younger team, and so the new team suddenly was no longer the Teen Titans.
No, you're not hearing me.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like you've got it backwards. So the original Teen Titans, which
Uh-huh.
would be Robin, Speedy, Kid Flash,
Uh-huh.
Wonder Girl, and Aqualad, are now Nightwing, Arsenal, Flash, Tempest, and Troya
Uh-huh. And have been for how long?
since the 80s. So technically 30 years.
and how long were they the Teen Titans?
From the 60s to the 80s.
No. They were Teen
Yeah.
Titans forever, I thought.
No, the Teen Titans didn't exist until the 60s. And
No, no,
then
no, but I
the
mean, I'm talking about past the 80s. The Teen Titans go away?
Yeah, because the book okay, so the Teen Titans book that you know from the 80s is originally called the New Teen Titans, right? And then at issue 40 the title changes to Tales of the Teen Titans. And then the book changes back to the New Teen Titans and it becomes a new volume number 1. And then Marv Wolfman changed the name again to the New Titans because they're no longer teenagers. They're in their 20s now. And that is in like 87, somewhere around there, 88, when that happened. And they didn't then, so then that went away for a long time, and then it wasn't till Dan Jurgens, everyone loves Dan Jurgens, they did a new series called Teen Titans. So in my box of Titans, my long box of Titans, the Dan Jurgens Teen Titans is in air quotes. It has quotations because we don't talk about that book. Like, it's like you just the original team, but they're all their new names, their new monikers: Nightwing, Flash, Tempest, Troya, so forth. Arsenal. They're not the Teen Titans because they're in their 20s.
So what's this Teen Titans in the New 52?
We don't talk about that either.
Oh. So freaking confusing, dude.
So
when I was a Marvel fan, we didn't have this
Teen
problem.
Titans where like Red Robin has like a wingsuit.
We just like read a book and it was like, oh, here's some characters, and then DC is so hard to get into. It's like you got to take some college courses to like get up to speed. What's happening in the DC universe? Oh, sit down for a while. It's going to be a long tale. I can't. It's so hard to like follow.
This is what I tell people. I'm like, who do you like? And they're just like, no one ever says, I like the Teen Titans, because you're like, oh shit. No one ever says that. Most people are like, I like Batman. I'm like, perfect. Read Hush. Like that's literally the Batman starter book to me, because it's like it's a 12-issue story. It has tons of action. It has the detective elements. It has like pretty much the entire rogues gallery. It has all the like need to know about the legacy of the Robin characters. Like it's like everything. And it's so well written in 12 issues that it's like the perfect Batman book for normies.
God, I feel so old.
When
I think of Batman books for normies, I'm like, read Year One.
No, year one is niche. It's very niche.
No, it's a masterpiece.
No, because I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it but when people read Batman, they like, he needs villains. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just have like, he fights the mob and like fights the police in a freaking abandoned warehouse. It's like, oh, it's stupid.
I never heard anyone say that about Year One. That's stupid.
I'm saying it like, if you were to give it to someone who's trying to get into Batman, it's not the best book for them.
I don't know. It was the best book for me. That book made me like.
You're a freaking Marvel weirdo, and you're like, I don't like things that are good.
No. I was just only reading the greatest comic book series of all time.
Yeah, it's called Batman.
No. Unfortunately, Batman can't hold that title. It had way too many bad spots. X-Men, however, had a 17-year run of greatness that will never be replicated by any comic ever.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, because it's the greatest. So, all right, we should probably wrap this up. We've been jibber-jabbing, and yeah. Melissa has been a cheerleader for us here, like giving us like every great comic. I'm
trying to find this like Teen Titans stuff that you're talking about.
She writes. I'm looking through this list now. I didn't have the screen up to see her comments. Um, Image Comics run on TMNT. I never
Oh
saw
no.
that.
I'm sorry, Melissa. I can't do it. I read the first issue. It is atrocious.
And then she lists classic TMNT run.
Okay, I'll accept that. I have that on my bookshelf.
Um,
I'll even suggest. Have you read the new TMNT?
I haven't, and I I have no faith in IDW. So the fact that TMNT is over at IDW, it just makes me
It's
cry.
really good.
Makes me cry. I know Eastman is involved, so I probably shouldn't worry, but it's one of those things now where I'm already past my budget on books, you know. I'm just like, I can't add more, um, you know, and I have to make room now for Batman and the Outsiders coming out, and it's like I'm so tired of the industry constantly launching new books, you know, just killing fans.
You could just like drop like Martian Manhunter.
I suppose Martian Manhunter's pretty decent.
It's subjective.
Says the man who likes. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. Martian Manhunter is a really interesting case because the story is good. The art is not. It's not that it's bad, really, per se. Is more, it's like not fitting. Like, it doesn't belong in a mainstream comic. I don't know.
Aquaman #1, The Trench is really good if you want like normies, like easy read. Identity Crisis is on there.
Frank Miller's run on Daredevil, she says, which is excellent. It's pretty long. If I were to suggest Frank Miller's Daredevil, I would just isolate it down to the Born Again storyline, which is one of the greatest storylines of all time. But again, these are all things that everyone's read, right?
Born Again is available on Comixology Unlimited.
Have you read Born Again?
I have not. I've been wanting to, though.
Oh my god. Yeah. So if you read Frank Miller's Daredevil, you would understand why I'm a Marvel guy. Like, I think if you had come into comics and read that, you would have been one too. Like, it's flipping awesome.
No, see, what I like about Marvel is their street level heroes, such as Daredevil, Spider-Man, Heroes for Hire. Those are the characters I like. Essentially, the Defenders, like the Netflix Defenders. I really like those characters because Marvel's too wacky for me. It's just like everyone's got freaking radiation poisoning, and no one's died from it. Like, that's my big, like I would be the Tom King at Marvel. I'd come in and be like, everyone has radiation poisoning, and everyone died off camera.
which I find
Heroes in crisis. Like, there you go. And then all the Marvel fanboys would be like, Sgt Bats hates Marvel and I hate Sgt Bats. Like, like that would be me.
That's hilarious. Okay, so
I'd be like, and the X-Men live.
you find you find that silly, but not silly that some alien comes from another planet, comes to our planet, and simply because our sun is yellow and not red, acquires the powers of a god.
No, yeah, that makes total sense to me.
It's so nonsensical. It is so nonsensical.
DC's really into colors.
Yes, they are. The Superman story though, it's just like I I I I crave like more explanation so much. Like I'm like, does not make sense at all.
He was just born that way. Bigot.
I just want more explanation about why he is Superman. I don't know. Just you'd think that the Kryptonians would have discovered this at some point, being like the master race, right? That they would have like discovered, hey, we should all move to a yellow star. Like, let's. Why are we stuck on this red star? You know, where we're all inferior. We could have superpowers like gods. Like,
ooh, Bendis Daredevil. What?
that, you know what? That would put that down on the list.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because I have not read Bendis Daredevil. Have you read Bendis Daredevil?
No, but volume 1 is 16, 17, 18, 19, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40.
So it's big.
Yeah, and it's 411 pages.
Oh. You know why? Because this is the same problem I was telling you with Superman. He can't fucking tell a story. It probably took him that many issues for finally to get the resolution and be like, okay, it's over. Like, all right, we'll put it on the list for
Look at
farther down the road. Because here's why I think it's a good idea. Because number one, you like Bendis, so it's his most famous run. It's the run that made his name. Like everyone's like, oh my god, this is the best Daredevil since Frank Miller. Like people were freaking out about it. The only reason I haven't read it is because I wasn't reading comics at the time. I almost picked it up though, and I was that because I liked Daredevil, and I was like, "Oh, who's this Bendis guy?" He's right, you know, everyone's freaking out about.
See,
and then
I got a friend who is like, freaking Bendis Daredevil, right? He's that guy. And then I was like, "Hey, Eddie, Bendis is coming to DC," and he's like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, he's gonna be taking over the Superman books." And he's like, "Oh, I am now interested in reading Superman," which Eddie has been giving me the hardest time since our friendship about DC Comics. Like, you know, like.
Well, so, he's in for a rude awakening because I don't think this Bendis Superman run is gonna be what he did on Daredevil. But I haven't read the Daredevil stuff. But
he's a high school teacher, which means he can't afford comics.
Every teacher I know is always well off.
He can't afford $8 a month for some reason.
Ultimate Spider-Man, Melissa suggests.
I love Ultimate Spider-Man.
The original run. So is that long?
Well, Peter dies in issue 140.
Okay, so it's long.
Yeah. But it's like the first graphic novel is like essentially like he gets a costume at the end. You know, like issue 6 is when he puts on the Spider-Man suit. So it's kind of like, I don't know, what's the thing? I mean, I really like that series, but it's...
I really don't want to have to... Oh, it's on Unlimited. Sweet, I don't have to buy a Marvel thing. So it's 187 pages for the first volume. I mean, we don't have to read like the whole series. One of the things I want to accomplish with this is, well, for you and I to like discover new books and be able to have content to talk about them, but then also for audience to discover new books, which is why I'm kind of staying away from things like Watchmen, Dark Knight Return. Like they're fantastic books. I mean, the idea is not to, praise all these books that have been praised for decades, but more to like find some quality stuff that many people just skipped for whatever reason. Like I skipped Ultimate Spider-Man, well, I wasn't collecting comics then, but I had no interest in the Ultimate line at all. I was like, Ultimate? What are you doing? Just give me the classic here, but then later on, talking to one of my buddies, this big comic guy and stuff, kind of convinced me to give Ultimate a chance. Especially since I learned that one of my favorite writers, Mark Millar, had a huge run with Ultimate stuff. So I want to read his stuff. And then people always point to Ultimate Spider-Man as being like one of Bendis's best things. It's either Daredevil or Ultimate Spider-Man, depending on who you talk to, is like the premiere of Bendis's work. So I think it would be, the reason I thought about the Daredevil was because you and I haven't read it, and also it's relevant to today, right? Because it's Bendis. So as he's constantly in the conversation, we can sit there and we could talk about that book and whether it's good or not and how it relates to today. Is he falling off the wagon, or is he actually still doing what he did in Daredevil? I think it would be a really good retrospective to look at that book and say, if that book was written today, would we like it? What's the deal?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're yawning. We went way over. Way over. I have to really appreciate Melissa for hanging in a long haul.
She's the boss.
That's amazing. Giving me a lot of good ideas, too, to ponder some of these books, even though a lot of them I'm familiar with, especially if it's Frank Miller. She also mentioned Jim Lee's The Authority. You ever read The Authority? That's a DC book.
No. It's not Jim Lee though. The Authority, it's what's his name?
I think she means because isn't it part of the Wildstorm continuity?
Yeah. It's what's his, darn it. Is it Garth Ennis?
Well, Garth Ennis right now has control of all of the Storm books. But I don't think he always had control. So let's see. First graphic novel of Authority. Warren Ellis. That's who you're thinking of.
Warren Ellis, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like the same guy to me. They're just like...
Right. Yeah. I can see how you could switch the names around. Art by Brian Hitch and Paul Neary. This is one of those books that even when I was out of comics, people I heard about this book, and my buddy who's a big comic guy, like he's like, oh, The Authority, yeah.
It's like I'm not into like rated M books, and that's what it is. Like, like I like Garth Ennis and Warren Ellis, like they all have that like edgelord like profanity and blood and guts and booby, like showing the actual boobs, and I'm just like, oh, stop it. It's like it doesn't, like, that's not my thing. Like, it's always like I have a friend who's always like, you gotta read The Boys, and I'm like, I'm never gonna read The Boys.
You're just gonna stay YA forever.
It's not YA. I like a certain vibe. Like, I don't like feeling weird after reading a comic. Like,
Well, being rated M doesn't make it. I mean, do you feel that way about like seeing a R-rated movie?
No, but like because like I go to comics for a certain like uh what the I go to comics for like a certain like escapism,
Sure,
and when I
sure.
go and when I don't get that, I'm like, darn it. Like that's why when you like mentioned Watchmen, I'm like, I don't ever want to read Watchmen ever again.
Well, Watchmen is a pretty hardcore tone. Um, what
Like
about
I
what? Okay,
never want to watch Evangelion Neon Genesis
what?
ever again.
What about the Deadpool movie?
No, because it's like silly Billy still.
But it was R-rated.
Yeah, but it's like the tone. It's like did you watch like the recent videos on with Zach where he was talking about like Seven is like Watchmen, but without being Watchmen, it's just the tone.
Yeah, yeah. So that's my point, though. Is so it's not really the M rating. It's what the M rating represents. Like so, because you can Watchmen is not really bad. It's just the tone is really dark, right? You know, like for example, one of my favorite comics that I'm reading right now is Die Die Die.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like super gratuitous, right? It's blood and guts and sex and just like, I mean, it's not as bad as a Savage Dragon comic, but it's you probably see my reviews. Like it doesn't hold back. It's purposely done so. But one of the things that keeps the book readable for me is that under it all, it walks this really fine line with the tone. Like it keeps its tongue just enough in cheek to make the book okay. Like almost like way Deadpool's more tongue in cheek, obviously, but like Deadpool is like this dark character who's like violent and everything, but because he's funny, it like breaks it up. Like Die 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 does a similar thing. It's not funny like Deadpool, but it's not super serious like Watchmen. You know, and had it been the tone of Watchmen, that book would just be bleak, right? It'd just be like, oh my God, this is disturbing. I don't want to watch it or read it. But because it has that dark humor and you know it's not really taking itself seriously, you're able to watch it and not feel filthy afterwards, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of get what you're saying, and that's why I'm saying to you that like maybe the Authority isn't what you're thinking. Maybe it's just rated that way because of other reasons.
I'll flip through it at the actual comic shop.
Um, I don't know. I trust my buddy's you know opinion. He's the one that gave me the GI Joe books, like right, like so he's not edgelord at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's so he's if he recommends it, I have a feeling it's just like old school like Image, type stuff with just a little bit more extreme to some of the stuff. Like maybe there's more cussing or something to just like take it over to make it an M rating. I don't think it's going to be bleak in tone. I'm assuming it's more the old Image style or Marvel style of just action.
What about Scott Pilgrim Volume 1?
That's on like a future consideration. I was actually thinking about manga. Like, should we include manga?
It's not manga.
It just does manga. Is it not manga if it's not authored by a Japanese person?
Correct.
So you can't have Americans make manga?
No.
Yes, you can.
It's
So
a cultural appropriation.
it's a cultural appropriation.
Like
Oh.
I will argue, like I will agree with that. Like no. Like like when anyone ever says Avatar is an anime, I just stop talking to them. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. We're done here. Like no, we're not. We're no longer having a conversation about anime if you bring up Last Airbender.
See, I think anime and manga are styles rather than like cultural. Like I don't like the idea that it's manga because it comes from Japan. It's manga because it's manga. If a Japanese creator made a Western style comic book, right? Just the way that we have comics. By your definition, we would call that manga. But I would just call that a comic book.
It wouldn't be like, it also comes to like buying into the bit, you know. It also comes into that, like, if you look at like every style of like manga, anime, it's like almost nothing like American comics. Like, they think superheroes are silly and dumb, you know. They're into more like mythology when it comes to like their action stuff.
Maybe, but I would argue the massive success of My Hero Academia and One Punch.
That's one of a billion.
No, and One Punch Man.
Which it's actually, One Punch Man is actually not. It's actually troping the entire shonen genre. It's like parodying the genre that it is.
But it's superheroes.
No, it's not.
It totally is.
Yeah.
It's totally is.
It's like saying Super Sentai is superheroes. It's like it is and it isn't.
They are literally superheroes with superhero names, patrolling the city, doing superhero stuff, and the story tropes that don't involve One Punch. Like, One Punch is obviously like kind of this weird thing, and I guess maybe that's the parody part, but like the character that's what's his name? The ramen, the bicycle guy.
I don't watch One Punch Man.
You don't even watch it and you're arguing with me?
I don't watch it because my friend told me that it parodies all the animes we like, and I was like, oh, I don't want to watch that then. If you're just gonna make fun of the things that it's supposed to be, the shonen genre, then I don't want to watch it.
Oh, I'm not. What's the proper term to use these days? Back in my day, we called them otakus, but now it's like weeb. Is that the right way?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not a weeb, so I'm not sure, but I have been around anime for a long time. I'm very familiar with anime. I don't get this feeling when I watched One Punch Man that it was like totally making fun of anything. So I thought it was pretty good. Not as good as My Hero, but entertaining. Anyways, in the show, your cat's not on the cast. Dang it.
He is now.
In the show, like My Hero, it it deviates off of, well, not as much, but it deviates off the main character, who's One Punch Man. And you get to explore like other characters who are heroes. And one of them is this guy who just like rides a bicycle. I forget his name. It's like Ramen or something. But I bet Melissa knows the name. Anyways, there's a really cool scene in the show where One Punch Man, who is, it's not even really, it's not his name. What's his name? I can't remember his name. Sataima or something like that. He's the one. He's the guy who's the show's about, being One Punch Man. He beats everyone in one punch. Obviously, like, the problem with him is he doesn't understand being a hero. Like, he's essentially just a god, right? And he's bored out of his mind. But this other guy, this bicycle dude, there's an episode that involves him, and all he does is like ride a bike, and he like, I don't know what his power is. But they're fighting this incredibly powerful villain that's just like killing all these heroes and stuff. And they in the show they like grade heroes by like letter grade. So there's like C, B, A, and S. And S class is like the best, like and C is like the worst. And so your rating kind of determines like what you're suitable to fight against, right? Like, so a C rating would be like a street level hero. It'd be like, I don't know, like your most basic D-list hero character. Then, like B is a step up, and A, might be like the Avengers, right? And then like S class heroes are like your ultra powerful, heroes. But none of them even compare to One Punch, because he can just kill you in one punch, and he's just indestructible, and nothing hurts him, phases him. But this ramen guy, who's like a C-level character, who like doesn't do anything, he continues to like fight on and like try to help, even though he doesn't have any powers. And I thought it was a really cool episode because it like showed like the heroism of like these other characters who are like all badass, but they don't want to help and stuff because they're like, it's not really worth my time, and like all this stuff. Anyways, I'm digressing, but there's definitely hero tropes in that show that carry over, that you can tell the people that made the show have a respect to some degree of Western hero stories. Mum and Rider. Thank you so much, Melissa. Mum and Rider. I don't know why I said ramen. Moomin Rider. Moomin.
I mean, I'm sorry, but a guy from Canada who played bass guitar in a band does not constitute as a manga artist.
Not typically, but
No.
why does Where You Live?
It's cultural appropriation.
What if he was Japanese and just lived in Canada?
Well, he's not.
But what if he was?
Well, he's not, though.
But what if he was?
He would still not be a manga creator.
Uh-huh. So you have to not just be Japanese, you have to live in Japan.
Yeah, like in order to have that stuff.
All right, so
Because it says manga definition: a style of Japanese comics.
bingo. A style
of Japanese comics. Therefore, the style comes from Japan.
Right, but it's the style.
No, this is Japanese. It has to be Japanese or it's not manga.
I disagree. So like if what's his name, the guy who's doing the manga for, like, let's say My Hero Academia right now, it's one of the biggest mangas in existence. Let's say like he decides to move to America, but he continues writing the book. Does it cease being manga?
Well, it's published under Shonen Jump, so it's not gonna not come to America.
No, I'm saying he moves to America. Like he leaves Japan, he moves and like comes to America, becomes a U.S. citizen, settles down, or whatever, but he still writes that book and draws it. Does it cease being a manga?
No, because it's published under Shonen Jump.
But Shonen Jump publishes in the U.S.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It publishes in the U.S. and Japan.
Maybe in 2005. But it's 2018. You will not find the new issue of Shonen Jump because it doesn't exist.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Shonen Jump. There's a company, Shonen Jump. So I'm confusing the.
Shonen Jump is a magazine in Japan that publishes like 10 different mangas. So in Japan, instead of getting a single issue, you get like a magazine that has 10 stories in it.
Right.
That's how Japan produces comics. And it comes out monthly or weekly or whatever. And you get your magazine. And it's a big thick magazine. And you get your new story.
Yes, and you can also get it in America.
No, that's only available online. The Shonen Jump magazine is not being printed in America.
Okay, so it's no longer a magazine if you can only get it online.
It's not a magazine in America.
Oh my goodness!
It's a magazine in Japan.
It's only digital. Okay, is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Okay, so again, I guess that stops it from, like, I'm at a loss here. So
Manga are Japanese comics / graphic novels. A word literally.
Hold on. So if
whimsical pictures in Japanese.
So if the guy who did Scott Pilgrim got published in Shonen Jump, would it then be manga?
No, because he's not Japanese.
So you have to be Japanese. You have to live in Japan. No, you don't have to live in Japan. You just have to be Japanese. You could live in Russia.
No.
Yes, okay. You can live in America, but not Russia. And then publish through Shonen Jump, then you're okay.
Dude, I don't even eat at Panda Express because it's not made by Chinese people.
You're such a bigot.
I want Chinese food. I want it to be made by Chinese people.
You do understand that any human can make Chinese food.
Not as good as the Chinese.
Yes, if you were born and raised in China, you could learn to make Chinese food just as good as anyone there.
You know, in China, it's just called food.
Sure. That's so stupid.
They don't have Chinese food in China. It's just food.
Actually, that's not true. They have regional. So you have Szechuan. You have Mandarin. Yeah. I forget the other one was. It's not as popular. Szechuan and Mandarin are the most popular. So Anyways, I disagree. Manga is the style, and if it's recreated by someone who's not Japanese, but fits all the tropes and the stylings, then it's
The book reads left to right.
and it has to read left to right apparently. So that's another thing. If the book is adapted and it reads right to left, does it cease being a manga?
Even actual mangas that get like reversed for American audiences like piss me off. Like Blade the Immortal is like freaking awesome, but they like publish it left to right, and I was like, I would totally buy this if it was like not wrong. Like
If you had to read it backwards, essentially, is what you're saying. You want
I don't
to
want to
read
read it. I don't want to read it left to right. I want to read it right to left.
even though Westerners we read left to right.
No, but when I read manga, I read freaking manga.
You're just an elitist, is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not a freaking a noob when it comes to like reading my comics, regardless of what freaking
Do
region.
you know why that manga is right to left, right?
Yeah, because of the way they write their language.
Right, but how do we write in English?
It's relevant. I'm not reading an English comic.
But you are reading it in English. Now, if you're reading the original kanji and I completely understand reading it right to left. But if you're reading it in English, which reads left to right, it's counterintuitive to read right to left. It just does not flow the same.
I beg to differ. Works just fine for me.
You elitist. I'll read it the original way because I have to because of people like you. But I've read several mangas that have been swapped, and it's a better experience. What's it? One of my favorites of all time was Lone Wolf and Cub. Fantastic. And one day, my Grail books I want to collect. I want to get the epic publications of Akira.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's the only versions of that comic to exist in color. Notice I called it a comic book for you because it was adapted to a
Oh, I know.
thin,
and I was thinking,
prestige,
like, this damn book reads left to right.
prestige format comic book. What, you got a problem reading comics left to right now too? So if it ever was once associated as a manga, it must be. Oh my goodness. Why are we still battling here?
Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah. This thing is like
freaking
4
I Love
hours.
Comics.
Seriously. Oh man. So Melissa, thanks for hanging on. I don't know if anyone else is still out there. Dracon came on. He told me, I think he was probably wanting to slap. He said to slap this idiot already. So I think he's probably talking about me.
It's probably both of us.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging on. We were blabbing. The idea is we're gonna do this. Do we agree on Wednesdays? Is that still when you want to do it, or?
I think it should be Tuesday if we're gonna talk about last week's books.
But that's when you get your books. It's not fair. I don't get my books on Tuesday.
No, I'm talking if we're gonna say, oh, this week in comics, but then it's last week, so it should be Tuesday.
Well, we don't have to call it This Week in Comics. That's just a placeholder name.
Okay.
this
is behind the scenes.
We can rename stuff. Like, that was the segment that we talked about. I just pulled a name out of my ass. So we'd have something. We can call it Last Week in Comics.
Okay.
Yeah, so Wednesday?
Sure.
Or, I mean, if you have a better time.
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
All right. So, well, I was going to suggest to these people. So, tentatively, to anyone who's listening, tentatively, our goal is Wednesday, 10 p.m. Pacific.
Sure.
All right. Approximately 1 to 1 hour. What are we looking at? 1 hour, 1.5 hours?
Something like that.
That's our goal. Obviously, we need some practice keeping goals. We'll have a better format locked down for the debut episode. How'd you think this went? Any complaints? Any critiques?
No, that was fun.
Well, I had a blast. Obviously, I'm just wondering, like, is there anything that stood out to you as like we need to work on, or?
I don't think so.
I mean, besides
we're
the obvious
perfect.
of 4 hour, we're perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
far from perfect. All right. Well, follow us on Twitter if you're not. I'm at Ash1138. Sergeant, what are you at?
At SGTB Sgt Bats, abbreviated Sergeant.
All right. Yeah. If you're not following us already, we'll follow you back. That's a good way to hit us
No
up.
one knows how to spell Sergeant, so I had to change it. No one noticed. I was like, Zach can change his name. Fuck it, I can change my name too.
Yeah, that was a dumb idea, by the way. I think that's going to be my topic next week when I talk about you pick your own topic segment. I'm going to be like, Zach changed his name. It's dumb.
Yeah, I like it.
You would. You so would.
It was like Comics in Crisis. That was my vote.
Melissa, have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll definitely work on getting better. If you have suggestions or feedback or criticisms, by all means, lay it on us. We know we're not.
Screw Twitter. I'd rather have subs on my YouTube channel. So follow me on YouTube. That's the spot.
All right. Hopefully your subs on Twitter do follow you on YouTube.
Hopefully.
So yeah, we have to come up with something because I feel like we're gonna run long. What if we did 2 streams? What if we just did like a real tight, like hour-long show and like ended it, and then did like an after show, like just hangout party where people just bullshitted till they wanted to go to bed. We'll talk about that later. We got a whole week a little bit less than a week.
Yeah. Okay. Signing out.
You're like, whatever. All right, man. Thanks for doing this with me. I'll talk to you during the week. Thanks for everyone watching. I don't even know if I want to post. I don't even know if I want to post this 4-hour freaking video to YouTube. so stupid. Oh, whatever. Like, what's it gonna do? Hurt my views?
I mean, your reviews are already an hour long anyway.
Like, so I was gonna just be like, oh, I'm unsubscribing because of this damn video. Yeah. All right, man. Have a good night, everyone. See ya.
Good morning.
Good morning.